Chapter 176, Big Client. Chapter 176, Big Client. Smith walked to the abandoned building and saw someone standing before it. It looked like a woman, but there was no light here, so he couldn't see her features clearly. The woman seemed to be talking to someone, but there was no one next to her. Smith hid to the side and watched the woman walk out. He vaguely heard her say, "How come there are more evil spirits here again?" He was shocked. Did this woman know about evil spirits? To be honest, Smith had caused all the paranormal activity here, but he'd never seen an evil spirit before. He didn't hesitate or doubt the term evil spirit like a normal person. He was sure about evil spirits, so his first impression was that this woman wasn't an average person. These evil spirits are so strange though. They seem to be missing something. Yeah, you're right. If that's the case, that person is going to die. The woman's voice faded into the distance. She seemed to be talking to an invisible person. Smith cared most that the woman had said, "That person is going to die." He didn't come out of hiding until the woman was completely gone. Looking at the coin in his hand, he knew that it couldn't be a good thing. However, it hadn't brought any disadvantages to him, so he never thought about if his life would be in danger. But when he heard that woman's last sentence, he had a feeling that she was talking about him. For the first time, he felt unsettled. No matter how many people this coin killed, Smith never felt unsettled. In the past, he felt guilty due to his morals and was worried about the consequences if the truth was revealed. Now, he actually felt unsettled because of a single sentence. Smith looked at the coin and grasped it. It was trembling slightly. He started hesitating if he should release the spirits in the filled coin. If he didn't, the coin would become scalding as if it had been baked. It kept following him too. Sometimes, Smith would toss it into a corner, but the next time he felt his pocket, he would find it there again. This was why Smith couldn't stand the feeling. After some experimenting, he found a way to release the spirits. If he dropped a drop of blood on the coin, it would release the evil spirits and go back to normal. Right now, he wondered if he could stuff the coin to death. Then perhaps he could be freed. He would never be followed by this nightmare again and he could enjoy his life. Morning. "Chen, Walter and I aren't coming back tonight," Fali said while brushing her teeth. They weren't dating, but they were used to living together now. They wouldn't hide their living habits from each other either. "You're working overtime tonight?" "Yeah. If you run into something weird, remember to call Sienna or I." "I know." After Fali left, Chen Zhao got Ethan's call and went to the motel. As soon as Ethan saw him, he gave Chen Zhao a check. Accepting it, Chen Zhao glanced at it and asked, "What? Did you get some fatal disease and you're writing your will now? I know you spent a lot of money. I don't know what you're talking about. Just take it. You're crazy." Chen Zhao stuffed the check back into Ethan's hands. "I heard that you're strapped recently," Ethan said. "How do you know?" "It's not hard to find out. You want to buy land in Mountain Town. I'm from there too, so I obviously know. Just see it as money I'm lending you and take it." "Fine. I'm borrowing this." Chen Zhao thought for a bit and accepted the check. Ethan didn't inquire how Chen Zhao had done it. He just knew that Chen Zhao had done everything for him. For these things, they'd formed tacit understanding. Neither of them would pry too deeply into the other's secrets. Ethan wasn't an average motel owner either. "Oh, do you have any solutions for losing weight?" "You want to lose weight?" Chen Zhao studied Ethan. "You're a bit fat right now, but you don't have persistence. Using drugs will harm you too. I think it's best for you to maintain your current weight." "Who said I want to lose weight?" "There's a big client that needs it." "I'm not sure you can do it though." "Big client? How big?" $400,000. "But the client wants to lose 160 pounds in 30 days. "Wait, 160 pounds? Are you sure it's not 16 pounds? Ethan took a picture out. When Chen Zhao saw the girl, he was shocked. "Oh my god, she's a super fatty. She's practically a meatball. Is she rich?" "It's her dad's money, not hers." "I'll do it. Give me her address and contact info. Before that, can you get your dog's spayed?" Ethan's tone changed 180 degrees. Chen Zhao turned around and saw the silly twins circling Ethan's golden Sasha. The size difference was honestly too big though. Chen Zhao worried for Sasha. Walter was okay. He was big, but he wasn't so big that Sasha couldn't take it. The silly twins really weren't suitable though. Chen Zhao massaged his temples. Kicking them, he said, "You assholes. Sasha is Walter's wife. Who said Sasha is gonna marry Walter?" Ethan shot back. "I don't agree. You're so old already and you still want to get involved in the kids' relationships. Where's your shame? Your Carrie is a female, right? I'll go get a male tomorrow," Ethan threatened. "Then you better get a lion. Otherwise, I'm afraid your pet won't be able to win Carrie over." A taxi parked before the motel, but whooshed away after seeing the silly twins behind Chen Zhao. Regardless of whether they were dangerous or not, it would be a problem if they peed on the car. "Ethan, can you drive us? For your commission? Why do you have to take them out? Can't you leave them at home? Just answer me. Will you drive or not? Seeing as I'll get $80,000 in commission, I'll drive you one last time. Can't you go buy a car? And then get a license?" Chapter 177, A Carefree Lady. Chapter 177, A Carefree Lady. It was not Chen Zhao's first time to Beverly Hills. To be honest, there were actually private manors which were more gorgeous than those in Beverly Hills. Nevertheless, the location and environment of Beverly Hills set it as a high-end residence community. Beverly Hills had several advantages over other communities: green hills, clear waters, and the sea. Moreover, it was filled with countless international brands. Ethan's car stopped before a moderately sized manor. Then, a housekeeper led Chen Zhao inside. "Mr. Chen, can you leave your pets here for now? We'll look after them for you." "Of course." The housekeeper called a few servants to take care of Chen Zhao's pets. In the manor, there was a large lawn on which his pets could run freely. To be frank, Chen Zhao would like to have such a big space too. His current house was sufficient for 1 or 2 people. However, it felt really crowded with Beelzebub and all the other pets. Usually, they had to have their meals outside the house. Chen Zhao's house was too small for all his pets to eat together. Soon, the housekeeper brought Chen Zhao into a large building. In the house was a middle-aged man with a mustache. When he saw Chen Zhao, he walked up and gave Chen Zhao a handshake. "Hi, you must be the doctor recommended by Ethan." The man was very gentlemanly. He was in fact the first gentlemanly rich man Chen Zhao had met. "Yes. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Doman. Mr. Doman, I heard that your daughter needs to lose weight. Is that right?" "Yes. Have you seen my daughter's photo?" "Yup, but I still need to confirm it myself." "Mr. Doman took out a photo. The girl in the photo should be the same as the one in the photo Chen Jad had seen earlier, although they differed greatly in size. My daughter had 3 dating experiences. When she was 18, her first boyfriend broke up with her. Since then, she abandoned herself to despair. Her second and third boyfriends all broke up with her because of her weight. Now, she doesn't leave her room at all and has already been suspended from school for an entire year. Is she home now?" "Yes. I'll bring you to her." Chen Zhao nodded. He followed Mr. Doman to the last room. Mr. Doman knocked on the door. "Norman's, can I come in?" A female voice inside responded and Mr. Doman pushed the door open. Immediately, Chen Zhao saw a meatball lying on 2 tatamis that were placed side by side. She was playing a console game and beside her was a pile of food of various kinds. Because the curtains were closed, the room was rather dim. The whole room was filled with nothing other than the sound from the game. Since Mr. Doman came in, Norman's had been attentively playing the game, not bothered to even turn her head around. "Norman's, can't you see that we have a guest? Have you even forgotten the most basic manners? You need to respect every person." Norman's turned her head and finally saw Chen Zhao beside her father. "Hi," Norman's greeted casually. "Here's your slimming coach. Dad, I'm not planning to lose weight. Don't arrange whatever slimming coaches for me again." "No. Norman's, you need to change now. Mr. Doman sounded very firm and determined. I've never cared about your future. I thought that you can control it yourself, but from the look of it, you don't have enough self-restraint. You can't even control your own shape, let alone your life. So from now on, I insist that you listen to me. No. You don't have a choice. Mr. Doman was resolute. Normans turned her head and stared at Chen Zhao with a hostile look. She weighed 140 kilograms, which was almost twice as heavy as Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 75 kilograms, but in front of Normans, he looked tiny. Fine, but you better hope that he can persist till the end. Mr. Chen, have a chat with Normans. I'll go out first. Alone with Normans, Chen Zhao actually felt slightly lost. Normans stood up. She was not short, having a height of over 1.7 meters. Together with her weight, when she stood before Chen Zhao, she looked like a mountain-sized demon queen. The clothes on her body were far from sufficient to cover her thick legs and bloated belly, while her messy hair turned her into a truly insane woman. Kid, do you know that I've learned wrestling in school? What a coincidence. Me too. Chen Zhao shrugged. Chen Zhao would definitely not give up this client, even if it was just for the $400,000 pay. Then let's see if you're good enough to become my slimming coach. Crash. Normans was completely unreasonable and undisciplined. When Chen Zhao was still processing the meaning of her last sentence, Normans had already leaped towards him. At once, Chen Zhao felt as if a mountain was collapsing on him. He could not even breathe, because Norman's enlarged belly had covered his entire face. Chen Zhao used all his might to push Norman's away, but she charged towards him again immediately. This time, however, Chen Zhao was prepared. He rolled to the side and dodged Norman's pounce. Right away, before Norman's could get up, he jumped onto Norman's back and pushed her to the ground. However, to Norman's, Chen Zhao was as light as a feather. Perhaps Chen Zhao was physically stronger than her, but he was unable to unleash his full strength when he had no support. Norman's managed to stand up straight away. She reached her arms out and attempted to grab Chen Zhao, who was on her back, but her arms were too short and swollen. Instead, she fell down backwards directly. Chen Zhao took another heavy hit. He had nowhere to display his boxing skills. Chen Zhao lifted his knees and pushed them against Norman's back. Straightening his arms with all his strength, he managed to hold Norman's in the air entirely. The door suddenly opened. Mr. Doman looked at the weird posture between Chen Zhao and Norman's. Sorry. I forgot to knock. Then, he left the room again and closed the door. The next instant, the two resumed their wrestling session. The room was a complete mess. In the end, Chen Zhao finally managed to subdue Norman's. Fuck. I knew I wasn't going to get the 400,000 that easily. Stop. Chen Zhao was really exhausted. Fighting with Normans was more tiring than climbing a 100-story building. Chen Zhao would rather fight with Gaia than with Normans, because his punches would be ineffective if they were too light and would hurt Normans if they were too powerful. This would not be a problem with Gaia, for she knew how to handle Chen Zhao's attacks. Normans, do you want to be a pig forever? Fuck off. It's none of your business. Whether you're a fat pig or not isn't my business, but your dad's going to pay me. I need the money, so you don't have a choice. Do you think I'll cooperate with you? Chapter 178, I surrender if you can eat. Chapter 178, I surrender if you can eat. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Mr. Doman had been standing outside for a while. Can I come in? Chen Zhao and Normans were already standing up, but their clothes were rumpled. Mr. Chen, how is your talk with Normans? Very good. We had a very friendly exchange. I believe Normans will cooperate with my fitness plan. Normans scoffed. She didn't refute him outright, but she decided not to cooperate. Whatever Chen Zhao wanted her to do, she wouldn't do it. Whatever Chen Zhao wasn't her to eat, she wouldn't do it either. Chen Zhao looked back at Normans, who was glaring at him, shooting daggers with her eyes. Mr. Chen, let's go talk in the living room. Sure. As soon as Chen Zhao and Mr. Doman left, Norman settled back onto the tatami and shoved snacks into her mouth. Mr. Chen, you saw that Normans probably won't cooperate. What's your plan? Mr. Doman, I have a plan already. I hope that we can start with my diet plan today. Are you sure Normans will cooperate? Of course. I hope you won't use any violence, is that okay? I wish for my daughter to lose weight, not to get hurt. Chen Zhao had a good impression of Mr. Dorman. He was a gentleman and very well-mannered. This was different from the rich he'd met before. This meant that Mr. Dorman's family tradition was like this. Only a positive family environment could produce a personality like this. I understand. I don't plan on using violence. Do I need to supply anything? Mr. Dorman asked. Please have Normans come to the grass field. Okay. Mr. Dorman rubbed his forehead. This was a hard task too. Chen Zhao went to the grass. It was surrounded by cedar trees, separating the manor from the outside. The silly twins, Beelzebub and Carrie, were frolicking happily. When Chen Zhao arrived, the demons all gathered around. A while later, Normans was called to the grass unwillingly. When she saw the big and small dogs, she wanted to play with them. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao was there, so she was still unhappy. Chen Zhao sat on the ground with Beelzebub and Carrie in his lap. White Ma was behind him for him to lean on. Black Ma sprawled beside him. Obito's ran around everywhere, showing no sign of going to him at all. Mr. Dorman, can you prepare some food for my kids? It should be cooked food. Sure. Mr. Dorman nodded and left. A while later, 2 servants brought a large amount of grilled meat to Chen Zhao. Normans gulped. Chen Zhao clapped his hands and Black Ma stuffed a whole chicken into his mouth. He swallowed after chewing a bit. Obito's ran over too. His appetite was similar to the 2 silly twins. He could eat an entire chicken in one bite. Normans rubbed her stomach. Her appetite was getting stronger. Very strong. She must be hungry because she'd fought with that guy. Thinking of this, she said, Dad, I'm hungry too. Give me some food. Dorman glanced at Chen Zhao, who shook his head. No. From now on, you can only eat if you exercise enough. Dad. Norman stared at her father unhappily. Mr. Dorman chuckled wryly. I'm busy. I'll go now. Norman's turned to leave too, but White Ma ran over to her easily and blocked her way. She looked at Chen Zhao. You sent your dog to bite me? Chen Zhao took a handful of coins out of nowhere and scattered them all over the grass. If you can find more coins than White Ma, you can eat as much as you want. If you don't find as much as him, then you'll have to follow my rules and exercise. How about that? You think I'll listen to you? You think you can't even beat a dog? Normans turned to him. She still had a dignity. When Chen Zhao compared her to a dog, she still felt angry. The coins that you just scattered? Yes, the ones in this area. Chen Zhao tossed 2 plates onto the ground. Put the coins that you find here. Whoever finds more will win. Go. Normans looked at White Ma. The white dog was really cute, but Normans would try her hardest for food. White Ma was about to go too, but Chen Zhao said, White Ma, go easy on her. But White Ma didn't want to. He pounced and his tongue shot out, curling a coin into his mouth. In a short while, he had a dozen coins in his mouth. Running lightly to his plate, he spat it all out. If the coins were on concrete, it would be easy to find. However, it was in the grass now and the vegetation covered them. They were harder to find. Normans only found a few in the first minute. They weren't in the same level in this race. The result is quite obvious. Chen Zhao looked at White Ma's plate. Normans was angered. She hurled her coins into the plate. I'm not playing anymore. Only a dumbass will be controlled by you. She turned and left in anger, going straight to open the fridge in the kitchen. She took out a bottle of milk and started pouring it down. A mouthful later, Normans suddenly felt disgusted and started throwing up. In an instant, Norman's appetite disappeared completely. Maybe she'd exercised too much earlier, causing her to lose her appetite. She could only leave the kitchen. After leaving, she saw Chen Zhao standing outside with Beelzebub, smiling at her. Nameless anger flared within Norman's. What are you looking at? Do you feel hungry right now? Norman's rubbed her stomach. For some reason, she felt hungry again, but she said stubbornly, "It's none of your business. I told you that if you don't meet my requirements, you won't eat anything today." Norman's turned and went into the kitchen. She took 2 apples out of the fridge, returned to Chen Zhao, and ate half an apple right there. After chewing, the nauseous feeling came again. Blech. Norman's threw up everywhere. This time, the feeling was even more intense. It felt like she'd even thrown up some stomach acid. What did you do to me? Norman's looked at Chen Zhao weakly. Chapter 179, Danger in the Sea. Chapter 179, Danger in the Sea. No matter how slow Norman's was, she would have realized by now that Chen Zhao had definitely done something to her. She always had a great appetite. Normally, she would eat an apple every 5 minutes. However, since she met Chen Zhao, she had not eaten anything. She tried to eat twice, but on both occasions she felt nauseous. Now you have an intense appetite again, right? A smile appeared on Chen Zhao's face. What do you want from me? What do you think? If I complete the training today, I can eat all I want, right? Of course. Chen Zhao smiled. Clearly he would not let Norman's eat all she could. Actually, he would in fact let Norman's eat whatever she wanted, as long as she could physically swallow them. What's the training today? Simple. Run for a kilometer. It was only the start. A 1-kilometer run was really very easy. Even with Norman's weight, she could achieve the goal as long as she persisted. Actually, Chen Zhao could have made Norman slim down with just Beelzebub's ability. However, if she slimmed down so much by not eating food, her body would become extremely unhealthy. Therefore, she had to exercise too. It could speed up the slimming process and at the same time make her healthier. You have to exercise with me too. You have to do whatever I do. Fine. As long as Norman's was willing to cooperate, Chen Zhao was willing to train with her. He did this only for the 400,000 pay. It was something Chen Zhao could not say no to. Do I start now? Let's start. 1 kilometer was really nothing to Chen Zhao. With his stamina, he was more than strong enough to run a marathon. Nonetheless, the power of a foodaholic was limitless. In order to eat whatever she wanted, Norman's persisted for the entire journey. Actually, to a person who weighed 140 kilograms, a 1-kilometer run was already very exhausting. She was about as heavy as 2 normal adult men, after all. After they finished the run, Norman's immediately asked, "Can I eat now?" Of course. That's the end of today's training. I'll be back again tomorrow, however, so you better be ready. Can I eat all I want? Sure. Chen Zhao only asked Beelzebub to give Norman's a bit of appetite, so she would definitely not be able to eat too much. The feast that Norman's had been fantasizing about was destined to be a mere illusion. Mr. Doman brought Chen Zhao to the front door. Mr. Chen, are you sure you don't need a driver to send you back? Nope. My friends live nearby, so I'm going to drop by their house. All right then. Thank you again for what you did for Norman's. To be frank, the amount of exercise she did today is more than what she had done in the last 3 years combined. No problem. I'm getting paid anyway. Chen Zhao left Mr. Doman's manor with his pets. Walking on the street, they still managed to attract countless eyes. After all, the silly twins, as well as Obitos, were really too eye-catching. Many tourists along the way stopped to watch the pets. Some even thought that Chen Zhao was a street artist. Chen Zhao found Rasfa's manor and was quickly invited in. Chen, welcome. Rasfa was still shocked by Chen Zhao's entire family of pets. That's a lot of pets. Why don't you give Beelzebub and Carrie to me? I'll take good care of them for you. I'm afraid I'll have to say no. Chen Zhao shook his head. I was nearby just now, so I came here to check your health condition. Paul, pour Chen a glass of wine. You know that I don't drink during work. All right. After you finish the examination then. Half an hour later, Chen Zhao finished the checkup. Remove your shirt and lie on the sofa. I'm going to dredge your meridians. Rasfa had full trust in Chen Zhao. In fact, they had turned from enemies into friends. Precisely because of their initial conflict, Rasfa trusted Chen Zhao even more. Stay here for dinner. I'll ask the kitchen to cook one more portion. Sure. In the evening, Zola, Daniel, and Manny came as well. Daniel was thrilled by Chen Zhao's extra pets, namely the silly twins and Obitos. He now really believed that Chen Zhao was a druid. After dinner, Chen Zhao and Daniel lied on the chairs on the beach. Although Daniel's injuries from that accident had long recovered, it was a huge psychological trauma for him. Even now, he still did not dare to go into the sea. Instead, he could only watch the group of pets enjoy themselves on the beach. Black Ma and White Ma were the most excited among them. They had not enjoyed themselves enough on Angel Beach last time. Now, they could finally run on the beach and play in the sea all they wanted. Chen, they're not Alaskan Malamutes, are they? They're wolves. That's Black Ma, and that's White Ma. Even as wolves, they're a bit too big, right? They're special. Then how about Obitos? What breed of lizard is it? Komodo. I don't think there's red Komodo dragons. Is it a mutant? Also, its head looks somewhat weird. It has a special bloodline. Stop asking about it. Suddenly, Daniel stood up and looked at Black Ma and White Ma who had been playing in the sea. Is there something beside them? Chen Zhao also stood up and looked at them. However, because they were really far away, he could not see anything clearly. All of a sudden, Chen Zhao seemed to notice a huge fin above the sea. He immediately charged towards the silly twins, removing his shirt in the process. Chen, no. It's dangerous. Daniel wanted to stop Chen Zhao, but Chen Zhao was too fast. He had already bolted into the sea. However, Chen Zhao was still too late. White Ma was already attacked. White Ma suddenly felt his body sink down. Something was dragging him into the water. If the demon pet attacked was Beelzebub, Raymond, or Carrie instead, Chen Zhao would not be so anxious, because they were mere projections, not true forms. Even if they died, Chen Zhao would not be that worried. However, the silly twins were different. Their actual bodies had come to the human world. They were indeed demons, but they were not invincible. They would similarly be injured and die should they receive sufficient damage. On land, when the two of them were together, they could perhaps fight with most terrestrial organisms. In the sea, however, there were too many things that could kill them. Realizing that White Ma had been attacked, Black Ma also dived into the water at once. Chen Zhao swam towards the silly twins with all his might, praying that he could make it in time. Chapter 180 Shark. Chapter 180 Shark. Chen Zhao dove underwater. He saw the injured and panicked White Ma. He also saw that Black Ma had bitten the shark's fin, but it easily shook Black Ma off. It was a 9-foot-long tiger shark, at least 3 times the size of them. Chen Zhao kicked and swam faster toward the shark. It attacked White Ma again, but Chen Zhao punched the shark's gill with all his might. He was underwater though, so his punch was half as strong. However, he still hit the gill. The shark was surprised and dove to the side. It didn't leave. Instead, it turned around and swam back. It seemed to really like White Ma's smell or taste. Chen Zhao changed his tactic. Calculating the moment that the shark came back, he grabbed onto the fin. Fins were the shark's Achilles heel. No matter how the shark struggled, Chen Zhao didn't let go. It tried to turn and bite him, but he pressed against the gill so it couldn't reach. By now, Black Ma had entered the fight too. Seeing that his brother was hurt, Black Ma pounced onto the shark's head. His claws were really sharp. He didn't let go after digging into the shark and widened his maws, biting off a chunk of shark meat. By now, the shark couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Chen Zhao and Black Ma were both in for the kill. Chen Zhao forcefully tore apart the gills. The shark immediately lost energy. This was a serious injury to sharks. It wouldn't die immediately, but it would lose the ability to fight. Chen Zhao broke to the surface. He saw White Ma floating there with a large bite on his stomach. The patch of sea had already turned red. He swam toward White Ma and immediately stuffed some demonic crystals into him. White Ma instantly sputtered and came back to life. Then he swam toward land. Black Ma and the shark floated to the surface too. Black Ma wasn't hurt, which was the most fortunate part of this. Daniel saw that Chen Zhao, White Ma, and Black Ma were back. Then he saw the shark corpse that washed ashore. "Oh my God, you guys killed a shark in the sea." His expression was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Chen Zhao and Black Ma could achieve this feat. Chen Zhao had no time to pay attention to Daniel. He ran to White Ma to check the injury. White Ma's state seemed very serious, but it wasn't bleeding anymore. "Daniel, call some people over and help me lift White Ma up." "Oh, okay." A while later, Daniel had called many people over. Zula, Rasfa, and Manny had heard about the news too, so they came over as well. The servants in the manor found a wooden board to lift White Ma up. "Chen, are you hurt?" Rasfa studied Chen Zhao. "I'm fine. I need to treat White Ma first." Chen Zhao didn't have time for small talk. White Ma's injury was more important. However, the people had already seen the shark corpse and were all shocked. It was a young adult, but the tiger shark was still powerful. Not many sea creatures could threaten them, but it was covered in bites from Black Ma. The people didn't think that Chen Zhao had done much. Black Ma was still venting his anger out on the dead shark. Obito's was even worse. This heartless guy had started eating the shark. Chen Zhao patched White Ma up. Exhausted, he slumped onto the ground. Right then, a glass of water appeared before him. Zola stood beside him at some point. Chen Zhao pulled her into his lap. After the tension came extreme relaxation. Chen Zhao really needed to let loose now. "Not here." "Go to the room," Zola replied, as enthusiastic as ever. She could feel that Chen Zhao was strong and fierce now. His body was much stronger than a month ago. He seemed to have endless energy and was filled with domination. Zola kept getting forced back. She'd never lost so miserably. She couldn't remember how many times she'd reached the climax, while Chen Zhao continued to charge. He seemed not to know fatigue. "Chen, stop. This is bad for your body." The next moment, Chen Zhao closed Zola's red lips. Right now, Chen Zhao seemed to have lost his mind. Only lust remained. He might have been suppressed for a while. Now, he could finally let it all out. He didn't stop until 3 straight hours of sex. Zola couldn't stand up anymore. She lay in bed weakly, not willing to move a limb. Only her chest went up and down. The bed was in a mess. Chen Zhao lowered himself and kissed her softly. "Zola, I'm sorry. I went too far. Carry me to the bathroom." Chen Zhao wanted to go again in the shower, but Zola refused him. She was honestly too tired to deal with Chen Zhao anymore. When they came out hand in hand, Manny was still leaning against White Ma. There was a lot of meat and milk beside them. She seemed to be talking to White Ma. Manny was 15 years old, similar in age or a bit older than Azina, the other girl Chen Zhao knew. However, these two girls were completely different. Manny was more innocent, probably because Zola protected her too well. She still had a childlike personality. Azina was childlike too, but she was more mature and reserved. The two kids were like polar opposites. Of course, Chen Zhao wasn't their parents. He couldn't decide their lives or futures. When Manny saw Chen Zhao and Zola come out, she waved at him. "Chen, come here." "Why?" Manny glanced at Zola and then Chen Zhao. "When are you marrying my mom?" Chen Zhao pursed his lips. "Why do you want me to marry your mom? If you two marry, White Ma and Black Ma will be mine. What kind of logic is this? You're willing to sell your mom to an irresponsible guy just for the silly twins? I'm kidding." Manny pouted at Chen Zhao. "Can you lend me White Ma and Black Ma?" "For what?" "Just say if you'll let me." "No." "Meanie. Mom, don't play with him anymore." Manny might be spoiled, but she wasn't an illogical and bratty kid. She had a goal in mind when talking to Chen Zhao, but she wouldn't throw a tantrum to get there. Because White Ma was hurt, Chen Zhao had Paul help get a truck to transport him back. It was already 10 at night when they returned. Chen Zhao actually wasn't used to the fact that Fali wasn't home. Usually, They would both be in pajamas now and drinking beer with snacks, or watching movies and talking about random things. Chen Zhao called her. Fali. Chen, what's up? Nothing. I was just wondering if anything happened while you're with the coastal rescue team. Chapter 181, Blackie. How about Wi-Fi in your house? Chapter 181, Blackie. How about Wi-Fi in your house? Everything's normal. I would have been asleep now if you didn't call me. All right. I'm going to bed too. Good night. After the brief conversation, Chen Zhao hung up. He rubbed his forehead and then entered the basement. Chen Zhao had to perform special treatment for Whitemar, which clearly could not be done outside. Although Whitemar had eaten 2 demonic crystals, he was still in a bad shape. The supposedly formidable subordinate of the King of Greed had almost lost his life to a human world species. Hellhound was clearly thrilled by the 2 new buddies. No, there were actually 3. Chen Zhao had also brought the Hydra into the space crevice. Little Nine was timid as usual. Hellhound and Blackmar were already playing enthusiastically with each other. If Whitemar was not injured, the 3 of them would have probably become best friends. On the other hand, Chen Zhao and Blackie went into the castle to study sorcery and medicine. Blackie, when I summoned that banshee with her ritual implement near the gate of hell, I felt very tired. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. Why did I feel that way? I don't know much about demonic sorcery too, but when I cast spells, I can clearly feel an upper limit. Cast certain spells too many times and I'll feel tired as well, Blackie said. Both Chen Zhao and Blackie were novice sorcerers. At the beginning, Blackie did not know too many demonic spells too. Of course, Blackie was able to learn demonic spells much faster than Chen Zhao, because he was a type of demon, after all. However, there were some spells that Blackie would never be able to cast. I've done my research. For example, if I cast Hell Knell on a person for 10 consecutive times, I'll be exhausted. Wait, you cast Hell Knell on a person just for experimentation? Did that person not go insane? I found a person in vegetative state, so Hell Knell wouldn't affect him, Blackie replied, unconcerned. So whether it's you or me, we have a certain kind of threshold. We can't cast spells or summon demons indefinitely, Chen Zhao concluded. I think so. Don't you humans always call the thing needed to cast spells magic points, or maybe magical power? Let's suppose that we have magical power too, and we each have our own maximum magical power. How do you think we should test our maximum magical power then? You should ask Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. They know more about demonic sorcery than the 2 of us. Chen Zhao called Beelzebub into the castle and asked him their question. Of course you need a certain form of power to cast and control demonic spells. There's no real difference between the terminology in Hell and the definition given by humans. In Hell, it's generally known as demonic power, but you humans can call it magic points or magical power too. It's the same thing. I don't think the term demonic power is accurate, Blackie opposed at once, because humans can cast demonic spells too. This proves that the power used by demons is at least somehow related to humans. No. Chen Zhao gave his own opinion. Humans can only use a small number of modified demonic spells. This means demonic spells are still based mainly on demonic power. Perhaps, modified demonic spells are no longer truly demonic, or maybe they require a different form of power to activate. You're again the special one. Blackie looked at Chen Zhao. Why can you learn all the demonic spells without restriction? Even I can't learn many of them, but you can still learn and cast them. Even Beelzebub could not answer this question. While Blackie is a demon, the 3 of us are actually 3 different forms of life. Blackie has no physical form, Beelzebub is a projection, while I am a pure human, but all of us have one similarity: we can use demonic spells. So if we can find all the similarities among the 3 of us, perhaps we'll know what form of power we're using to cast those spells. Are you still a pure human? Your right hand contains Lord Beelzebub Zophi's bloodline, so in fact, you're a demon human HY. Before Beelzebub could finish, Chen Zhao stared at him with a threatening look. If you dare to finish that sentence, you better prepare another projection. I'll use your current one to make dog broth. Beelzebub immediately returned to the serious topic. Human, I think you've missed out a fourth existence that can cast demonic spells. What's the fourth one? Badges. What badges? Whether it's in hell or the human world, there are some kind of badges. In hell, they're called demonic badges, while in the human world, they're called magical badges. Regardless of the name, they're formed when demonic spells are carved into certain items. These items can then cast spells or have magical properties. Do you have a magical badge with you? No, and I also don't know how to make them, Beelzebub answered. So all in all, these are the only 4 types, right? Of course, maybe Blackie can't be considered as a separate form of being. He's still a demon after all. No. There are many other types, such as angels. Wait. Are there really angels? What's strange about it? Why can't there be angels when there are already so many demons beside you? Where are the angels? Are they in heaven? Are they serving an old pervert who seduces unmarried girls? Dunno. I have neither seen them nor heard about where they live. Then how are you even sure that they exist? Because they do. It's a fact. How is it a fucking fact when you don't even know where to find them? Are you sure it's not just a random setting that you thought of a minute ago? Chen Zhao already had the habit of not trusting Beelzebub's words entirely. When Chen Zhao left the crevice, he realized that he had 4 missed calls from Robio. He glanced at Blackie, who had followed him out. Blackie, why don't you install a Wi-Fi or signal tower inside? Chen Zhao called Robio. Robio, what's up? Chen, Fali's in the hospital. What? Why? What happened? She almost drowned. Almost drowned? Fali. Chen Zhao knew how well Fali could swim. How could she nearly drown? I don't know the exact situation too. I received a call from the phone in HQ and then heard Walter barking. When I got there, I saw Fali lying on the beach. I've already sent her to the hospital. Which hospital? Chantilly. Chapter 182, Fali in danger. Chapter 182, Fali in danger. Chen Zhao hurried over to Chantilly Hospital. Robio was there waiting for him. He went in as soon as he arrived. When he reached Fali's room, he realized Fa was there. Chen. Fa was surprised to see him. You're here for me. I'm the patient's friend, Chen Zhao said. Chen, she's Fali's younger sister, Robio said. You know my sister? Fa looked at him in surprise. Can I check on Fali? Fa nodded. She was obviously happy if Chen Zhao was willing to help. Chen Zhao checked Fali. There's no water in her lungs, her heartbeat is normal, pulse normal, but her pupils are dilated and no light reaction. Fa, did you tranquilize Fali? No, she's been unconscious since she was taken to the hospital. Can it be a pseudocoma? Fa suggested. Chen Zhao and Robio both understood what that meant. Chen Zhao was a doctor, while Robio worked on the coastal rescue team. He'd seen many drowning victims. In pseudocomas, the brain was still active, but the subconscious mind was still in the drowning state, so the brain would close itself off. This was a way to protect the brain. When drowning, one would lack oxygen for a long period, causing brain hypoxia and brain damage. But pseudocomas were short-term comas. It usually lasted 1 to 3 days. Sometimes, it could last for longer. Chen, do you have a solution? I still need to look. As of now, Chen Zhao hadn't found any useful information. He suspected since the beginning that the drowning wasn't normal. Walking out with Robio, Chen Zhao asked, Robio, can you tell me what happened when Fali drowned? I got the call at 2 in the morning. I only heard Walters panting through the phone. To be honest, I can't really believe that a dog can do that. If Walter really can call someone, he should call me. Why did he call you? My contact info is taped onto the office's wall. Robio sensed some jealousy in Chen Zhao's voice, but this proved that the man really loved Walter like a parent. Chen Zhao wouldn't have asked if he didn't care. Robio was also happy that Walter could have Chen Zhao's companionship. Then I hurried to the office and saw Fali lying on the beach. She had her buoy and life vest. She couldn't have gone swimming at midnight unless someone was drowning. But there were no other victims beside her. It's possible she couldn't save the person and was also in danger, so she was either washed ashore or Walter dragged her onto land. Chen Zhao leaned more toward Walter saving Fali, but then he remembered that Fali had said she'd run into paranormal activity. He suspected that Fali had been attacked by an evil spirit. Otherwise, with her swimming abilities, she wouldn't have an accident even at night. At least, there wasn't a high possibility. After all, Fali had all the equipment and Walter by her side. Unless something unusual happened, there were very slight chances of an accident happening. Is Walter still at the office? Yeah, I left him there. I'll go get Walter. I'm worried if he's there alone. Okay, Robio said. I won't go with you. I need to stay and take care of Fali. Chen Zhao hurried to the headquarters and called for Walter. The dog rushed out of the darkness. He was very excited, clearly shocked by something. He jumped and barked in front of Chen Zhao. Walter, quiet. Quiet down, Chen Zhao comforted him. Was Fali attacked by evil spirits? Woof. Can you find the evil spirit? Walter turned toward the sea with a confused expression. He couldn't provide any information. This made Chen Zhao feel helpless. Walter wasn't like Beelzebub and the others. He couldn't talk directly to Chen Zhao. Just then, Walter ran into the office and carried a rotten piece of wood out. Chen Zhao took it. It was a piece of wood from a fir tree and very wet. Walter must have taken it out of the water. It should be from some aged ship. No matter how good the quality, it would rot after being in the water for decades or even centuries. The wood was very fragile. Chen Zhao applied some pressure and cracked it open. There was a clear word carved into the opening, Mary. Mary. Chen Zhao studied the wood. He wasn't sure if this was related to Fali's attack. His phone rang at that moment. Chen, Fali woke up, but she looks unsettled. She wants you to take her home. Okay, I'm coming, Chen Zhao said immediately. He was relieved that Fali was okay. Chen Zhao was worried that she really was attacked by something unknown. If Fali was hurt by some magic spell or supernatural force, Chen Zhao would need Sienna's help. Now that Fali was awake, he could stop worrying so much. When he reached the hospital, Fali was sitting up in bed. For sat beside her while Robio stood before the bed. Robio could tell that Fali had been terrified. He just didn't understand what could have happened that caused such a strong reaction. Chen, you're here. Fali's eyes brightened when she saw Chen Zhao. Four and Robio could both tell that Fali trusted Chen Zhao. She relaxed as soon as he arrived. Four stood up and Chen Zhao took her spot. Fali hugged him immediately. Chen, you're finally here. I want to go home. Okay, let's go. Chen Zhao glanced at Four who was looking at him quizzically. She didn't expect that Chen Zhao would be dating her sister. Judging from the current situation, they couldn't be regular friends. Four, I'll take Fali home now. I'll go visit tomorrow, Four said to her sister. I'll drive, Robio said. Fali didn't speak on the way back. She sat in the back seat with Chen Zhao, resting her head on his shoulder. She was leaning into him even after they got out the car. Robio's gone. Stop acting, Chen Zhao pushed her aside. I'm not acting. I really was scared. Chapter 183, Ghost Ship. Chapter 183, Ghost Ship. Fali was indeed scared, but after Chen Zhao arrived, she calmed down a lot. When they reached home, Chen Zhao poured Fali a glass of water. Tell me what happened. I was about to go to sleep. As usual, I used the night vision binoculars to check the coastline. Then, I discovered that there seemed to be someone in the sea. I thought it was a drowning person, so I swam towards him. And then you were attacked by evil spirits. I heard that drowning man calling for help. I grabbed him, but he was dragged into the water by something. I tried to pull him up, but then I was dragged into the sea too. Under the surface, I saw a ship packed with people. They were the ones pulling the drowning man down. Chen Zhao thought of a word. Ghost ship. Yes. It was a ghost ship roaming in the sea. I watched as the ghosts on the ship tried to pull me down too. Then, Walter came and saved me. This confirmed their initial suspicion that it was a supernatural event. Chen, I'm now somewhat scared of the sea. I'm afraid that I will never be able to work in the coastal rescue team again. Fali was in a similar state as Daniel. The attack was truly a psychological trauma for her. I'll settle the problem, Chen Zhao assured. Nevertheless, it was really a troublesome problem. The key was that Chen Zhao had no experience of locating evil spirits. After some consideration, the only person that Chen Zhao could think of was Sienna. Sienna, Chen Zhao called Sienna's phone. Chen, do you know that staying up late is the most damaging thing to a lady's body? Do you want to earn money? Sienna was wide awake at once. What is it? Fali was attacked by evil spirits today. Is she all right? She's just a bit scared. What do you want me to do? According to her description, she was probably attacked by a roaming ghost ship in the sea. Ghost ship? I'm no match for a ghost ship. Are ghost ships very difficult to deal with? Do you know how my teacher died? How? 20 years ago, a ghost ship appeared at West Coast. My teacher formed an alliance of 13 witches, but in the end, they all died in the sea. Are ghost ships really that scary? Yes. The biggest problem is that ghost ships hide in the sea most of the time. Do you have a way to find or track them? If you really want to fight against a ghost ship, you better prepare for the worse. I don't need you to fight it with me. Just tell me if you have a way of locating it. Let me think about it. How much money will I get? 10,000. Deal. I just need to find the ghost ship, right? Yes, you don't have to battle with the ship. Sienna was a spiritualist, a supposedly comfortable and high-paying occupation, but everyone who knew her also knew how poor she was. All right. I'll inform you if I find anything. The next day, after washing up, Chen Zhao knocked on Fali's door. Fali, are you awake? Come in, Fali said from inside the room. When Chen Zhao entered the room, he realized that Fali still looked rather pale. She had yet to recover from the incident. How do you feel now? Not good. I'm going out later. Help me to take care of Black Ma and White Ma. Oh yeah, White Ma's injured, Chen Zhao said. White Ma's injured? By who? He was attacked by a shark in the sea yesterday. Is he all right? I've already treated him. It's not fatal, but he won't be able to do vigorous exercise in the next few days. Sure. Leave him here. I'll take care of him. Then, Chen Zhao left the house, bringing only Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie with him. Chen Zhao went to the fitness center for his boxing class. Gaia's class was strict as usual, but Chen Zhao was gradually getting used to it. Unlike the first few sessions, Chen Zhao was now able to block or counter some of Gaia's attacks. This meant that Chen Zhao's boxing ability had improved significantly. Nonetheless, how well he could perform in an actual fight was another issue altogether. In the face of danger, Chen Zhao might not even be able to react in time. The biggest difference between amateur fighters and professional fighters was their reaction to danger. Chen Zhao's greatest advantage was his physical fitness, but he needed practice on his reaction speed. Chen, that's the end of today's lesson, Gaia said. To be honest, Gaia already found it somewhat tiring to teach Chen Zhao. She had experienced for herself how good Chen Zhao's stamina and strength were. In the past, she could counter Chen Zhao's attacks with her skills. However, as Chen Zhao also became more skillful, she was no longer able to deal with him that easily. She taught Chen Zhao mainly free sparring. Because she was larger in size than Chen Zhao, she was less agile. She had no advantage in speed, and definitely a disadvantage in strength and stamina. Chen, be prepared. Next time, I'll arrange an assessment for you. What assessment? I'll find a few experts in sparring. You'll have to fight against them at the same time. Chen Zhao was speechless. Is that really necessary? You don't want to waste the money you gave me, do you? In the afternoon, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house to give his daughter Normans her slimming session. When Normans saw Chen Zhao, she clearly did not seem happy. Normans, let's start. Did you cast a spell on me? Why didn't I have any appetite since last night? You need evidence to say something. If you don't have any evidence, stop accusing me. If you don't explain everything clearly, don't expect me to cooperate. Are you hungry now? Chen Zhao looked at Norman's with a smile on his face. Rubbing the extra meat on her belly, Norman's face darkened. You wicked wizard. All right. Stop bitching and start exercising. Norman's gritted her teeth and stared at Chen Zhao. In the end, she still gave in. After Beelzebub returned her appetite, she started to feel starved. She really wanted to be unyielding and say that she would not cooperate, but she simply could not. Can I eat after I run a kilometer? No. 1 kilometer and you only get an apple. What? No way. Do you want me to die of exhaustion? If you don't run, you won't even get an apple. Doman stood at the windows, watching his daughter and Chen Zhao run around the lawn. Norman's cursing could be heard from miles away. Doman did not know whether he could be happy or sad. Chen Zhao had been running just in front of Norman's. Mean, shameless, perverted, abject fool, bastard, trash, Norman's cursed. Before she even finished 1 kilometer, she was already covered in sweat. Chen Zhao slowed down and ran beside Norman's. Norman's, speaking continuously as you run will only make you expend your energy quicker. Isn't that exactly what you want? You bastard. Of course. Please cuss me louder, I beg you, Chen Zhao taunted. After 1 kilometer, Norman's actually showed no sign of stopping. How much do I have to run in order to eat grilled meat? 10 kilometers. That's not possible. You're just giving me an unrealistic goal, so you should stop having unrealistic thoughts too. Chapter 184, It's Dieting and Torture. Chapter 184, It's Dieting and Torture. Most people wouldn't be able to run 10 kilometers, let alone Norman's. She was around 280 pounds. This was like running with weights. 1 kilometer was already enough exertion for her. 2 kilometers was probably her limit. Chen Zhao's requirement was clearly too much. Just running didn't actually have a big effect. It mostly exercised the muscles and fat on the thigh. The most effective way to lose weight was actually swimming. It used every muscle in the body. If she wanted to lose 160 pounds in a month, she had to exercise crazily. Of course, she couldn't do too much in the first 2 or 3 days. Her lazy habits resulted in her body's inertia. Once she started exercising, her muscles would accumulate lactic acid, causing soreness, weakness, and pain. The body could recover by itself though. After becoming accustomed to the exercise, the body would get used to it and adjust to the optimal state. This had nothing to do with fitness. It was the same for extremes of the scale, nerds and athletes. Even athletes had to go through recovery training if they hadn't exercised in a long time. Fatties were the same. They could get used to the intensity of exercise. Plus, fatties had more fat to burn. They might not be able to exercise continuously, but if they exercised every now and then, their endurance wouldn't be worse than professional athletes. The only difference was in willpower. An athlete obviously had very strong wills and couldn't be compared to a regular person, let alone a fatty who was used to a lazy lifestyle. This was why Chen Zhao had to force Norman's to move. Stop and rest, Chen Zhao said. Eat 2 apples to replenish your energy. That's it for today's exercise. I'm too tired to stand. Want a drumstick? Chen Zhao took a drumstick out. He'd gotten it from the kitchen. Norman's gulped, her eyes shining with hunger. She hadn't eaten meat in 2 days and now, Chen Zhao was chomping on chicken in front of her. What do I have to do? Swim freestyle for 1 kilometer. I can't swim. I asked your dad. You can swim. I heard that you were part of your school's swim team too. That was a long time ago. Do you think I can still swim like this? Fat will help you float better. Don't tell me you don't have the strength. I'll take it if you can get to 1 kilometer, no matter how you move your limbs. I don't have a swimsuit. Norman's chubby face actually looked embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't have a swimsuit but that she didn't have one that fit. With her current figure, she wouldn't be able to fit in any one. I have one. Chen Zhao took out a swimsuit. He'd bought this supersized one before coming. You monster. If I have strength, I'll definitely rip you apart. You'll have strength after eating this apple, but I advise you to preserve your energy for the swimming. You think I'll give in to you? Chen Zhao wiped the grease on his hands. As you wish. Fine. 1 kilometer, right? After changing into the swimsuit, Normans jumped into the water, causing huge splashes. The pool that Mr. Dorman had built in his home was a standard 50-meter pool. This meant that Normans had to swim 20 laps to reach 1 kilometer. After Normans got into the water, she looked at Chen Zhao. Don't forget, you have to swim with me. Fine. After changing, Chen Zhao also jumped in. Swimming with Normans for 1 kilometer was nothing to Chen Zhao. He was twice as fast as Normans. The girl discovered that Chen Zhao was very fast and had shocking endurance too. She started suspecting that he was a professional athlete. By the time she finished 2 laps, Chen Zhao had already done 3 or 4. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Zhao was having fun. He was completely immersed in his own joy of exercising. That asshole, Normans thought. Is he showing off his fitness? She was angry for some reason and sped up. However, her large body gave her bigger resistance. It was harder to swim and used up more energy. Chen Zhao finished the kilometer happily in 10 minutes, but he continued to swim. By now, Normans had only completed 6 laps because she had to rest every 50 meters. To be honest, she was jealous of Chen Zhao's lean body in the water. Once upon a time, she'd been like that too, but that relationship had destroyed her life. After some more swimming, Chen Zhao got out of the pool and sat beside Normans. She'd only completed 10 laps. Swimming used up more energy than running. You asshole, why do you swim so fast? I need you to swim with me, not to show off your body. Okay, I'll continue to accompany you after you get into the water. That's better. Norman spent 1 whole hour on swimming 20 laps. By the time she got out, she sprawled on the side of the pool like a pile of dead meat. Get up and move around. Then Chen Zhao took out a scale. Come weigh yourself. Normans got onto the scale. It displayed 295 pounds. Admittedly, the 2 days of intense exercise had been effective. She'd lost more than 12 pounds. However, Norman's base weight was too high. In the beginning, any bit of exercise would release the water in her fat, so her weight would drop quickly. In the later stages, the rate would be much lower. While the beginning released water, she would have to go through even more exercise to burn her fat later. Want to eat a whole chicken? Chen Zhao asked. Don't tell me to swim 10,000 meters. I couldn't do it when my weight was normal, let alone now. No need. You only need 2,000 more meters. 2 more kilometers and she could eat a whole chicken. This was a pretty big temptation for her. Okay, I'll do it. But if you can't do it, I'll reward you a drumstick according to the distance. Norman's was tricked, because after swimming another kilometer, she realized that she couldn't move at all. Her body had reached her limit. Her limbs didn't even feel like hers anymore. It was impossible to swim 2 more kilometers. Chen Zhao had figured out her limit and set up a trap for her. Chapter 185, You Have the Smell of Another Woman. Chapter 185, You Have the Smell of Another Woman. Here's your dinner list for tonight: an egg, 2 apples, and 1 chicken drumstick. Do you want me to starve to death? Do you know that I only ate 3 drumsticks yesterday? Do you want to see only a corpse when you come tomorrow? You can say no, Chen Zhao said casually. Just then, Mr. Doman approached them. Chen, has the training today ended? Yes. Why don't you stay here for dinner? No, I still have something else to do. All right then. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ms. Normans. Bastard, I hope that you'll get killed by a car the moment you step out of here. Normans cursed bitterly. Normans, shut up. Chen's doing all this for your health. Mr. Doman, forgive her. I won't remember it. Ms. Normans, be prepared for tomorrow, because there will be more exercises waiting for you. Bastard, bastard, bastard. This is revenge. Good luck. When Chen Zhao left the manor, he received a call from Yafan. Chen, are you free? Are you unwell? I've finished my parts in the movie. Can I see you? Yarfan hinted. Sure. I'm already in Beverly Hills. I'll go there now. Thinking about Yarfan's alluring body, Chen Zhao licked his own lips. He sped up and finally arrived at Yarfan's place. Yarfan passionately welcomed Chen Zhao in. Chen Zhao could finally use all his energy on Yarfan. He quickly removed all her clothes and began the battle. Yarfan shouted loudly in both pain and excitement. Chen Zhao's strength allowed him to explore various difficult postures with Yarfan, which made her even more excited. Nevertheless, after climaxing continuously, Yarfan started to beg Chen Zhao. However, Chen Zhao, who had yet to enjoy himself thoroughly, would clearly not let Yarfan off so easily. They did it twice on the sofa, thrice in the bedroom, and once more in the bathroom. In the end, after showering, Chen Zhao carried Yarfan out of the bathroom. The two of them lay on the sofa, lying in each other's arms. Yarfan seemed somewhat lost. She had to admit that she was fully indulged in Chen Zhao's limitless stamina and advanced tactics. Chen, did you eat any medicine today? No, I don't need that. How long has it been since you last had sex? Chen Zhao smiled and remained silent. He had in fact just had one with Zola the day before. Chen, I don't really have any acting recently. Can you say something for me before Mr. Rasfer and Mr. Stephen? Chen Zhao thought over it. Before he came here, he had already expected there to be a reason for Yarfan to call him. I can, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. Of course. As long as you're willing to help. Chen Zhao would say something for Yarfan, but he was unsure if it would help her at all. A movie would easily involve an investment of tens or even hundreds of $1 million. Actors had to undergone many layers of selection. Both their acting skills and appearance had to be outstanding. In addition, the competition between various movie companies would also determine the actors to some extent. Not a single person could easily determine the actor for an important role. Even the chairman of the company or the director of the movie could not. Rasfer might not have the final saying too. Moreover, Chen Zhao would not force Rasfer to help Yarfan. After all, the relationship between Chen Zhao and Yarfan was only on the physical level. Chen Zhao could help Yarfan because of that, but it was not an obligation. He would only say something for Yarfan if he could, and not force Rasfer to do anything. Chen Zhao knew this well, so did Yarfan. No actress in Hollywood was a fool. Yarfan wanted Chen Zhao to help, but even she was unsure whether it would work. Chen, do you still want more? Can you still take it? Of course, as long as you want. Then let's continue. Chen Zhao and Yarfan had another tiring battle. Only then did they leave each other hesitantly. When Chen Zhao returned home, Fali was still preparing dinner. The moment Fali saw Chen Zhao, she said at once, Chen, go and take a shower. What? You have the smell of another woman. Is it? Chen Zhao smelled his own arms. How does it smell like? A woman's smell. Is it that obvious? Yes. It's extremely obvious. You should clean yourself before coming home next time. By the time Chen Zhao finished showering, Fali had already finished making dinner. Fali, I've asked Sienna to help find the ghost ship. Don't go to work the next few days. Chen, why would the ghost ship target me? I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Chen Zhao was unsure as well. Fali had nothing special. At least this was how Chen Zhao felt. The only explanation was that Fali had really been unlucky. Just then, Chen Zhao heard a car stop outside his house. Very soon, someone knocked on the door. Chen Zhao trotted to the door and opened it. Pierce South was outside. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. Why is he here? Actually, Chen Zhao did not like Pierce, because he was a very clever businessman. Last time, David and he acted as if they were trying to kidnap Pierce. Chen Zhao did not say anything, but Pierce still managed to guess his identity. In fact, Pierce had even helped them to find the real culprits of the brewery fire, namely Treed and Winry. All in all, Chen Zhao instinctively did not really want to meet Pierce. A person who was too clever, such as Pierce, would usually be feared by others. Mr. Pierce, how may I help you? Aren't you going to invite me in? Smiling, Pierce looked at Chen Zhao. I'm afraid that's inconvenient, Chen Zhao rejected Pierce's request at once. He was also telling Pierce his attitude and indirectly asking him to leave. Pierce smiled and did not mind Chen Zhao's attitude. "Mr. Chen, you killed Treed, right?" "What? I don't get it." "And you distributed Treed's gold to the victims' families. Am I right?" "Mr. Pierce, say what you must. If not, please leave my house." Chen Zhao was more direct this time. "Mr. Chen, I came here in a sincere attempt to cooperate with you. Do you treat your guest like this? I don't think there's anything for us to cooperate. If you want me to convince the residents here to allow you to open a chemical factory at the original brewery location, I'm afraid you're speaking to the wrong person. I don't know as many people in town as you might have imagined. Of course not for that, not to mention that I've already given the plan up. I came here for something else." Chapter 186, a bit too big of a reaction. Chapter 186, a bit too big of a reaction. What's wrong? Chen Zhao frowned at Pierce South. He found this guy strange. He was overly smart. Treed Pempton's wealth. Where does he have more wealth? You admit that you split his gold between the relatives of the victims? Pierce grinned at Chen Zhao. I don't know what you're saying. If you don't need anything, please leave. Don't be so impatient. Listen to me. I'm not here for that. Who you give gold to has nothing to do with me, but I heard that you need money these days. You want to buy Mirror Lake and the land around it, right? Mr. Pierce, you're really informed. It's not that big of a secret. Many people know about it. I don't even have to try hard to find out. Are you here to flaunt your connections? Of course not. I told you that I want to work with you and find the rest of Treed's wealth. You mean that he split his gold in half? Not gold. The other half is the art he collected. You'll work with me if he has valuable collectibles? I don't believe that. Chen Zhao needed money, but his mind was still clear. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't share with others. Pierce was very clever, so he definitely wouldn't cooperate with just anyone. Pierce suddenly put a hand on Chen Zhao's shoulder. Feeling a stab of pain, he subconsciously punched Pierce's face. Ah! Pierce was thrown back. Ah, help! You want to kill me? His mouth was filled with blood and his teeth kept falling out. Chen Zhao glared at him furiously. What did you stab me with? Pierce held his mouth, face twisted in pain. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to tell you that I'm a wizard. I used the shadow sting to make you hurt a little. He didn't think that he would be attacked so fiercely just by proving his identity. Chen Zhao's punch had come too suddenly and heavily. Pierce didn't know how many teeth he lost. He'd thought that Chen Zhao was like him, a wizard. He didn't expect Chen Zhao would have such a big reaction and punch him. Hearing Pierce's words, Chen Zhao was taken aback. You're a wizard. Ah, it hurts so much, Pierce said painfully. Goddamit, why did you use so much force? You attacked me suddenly. I reacted with my instincts. Chen Zhao's punch had been seriously strong. Pierce was lucky he didn't die. He didn't know how many teeth were left in his mouth though. He felt a breeze when he spoke. If you don't want to die, you better not do that again, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. You're a wizard too, right? How come you're so strong? What's it to you? Fine, I'll tell you the truth. The other part of Treed's wealth is very valuable. It's worth millions, but I can't get it by myself, so I want to work with you. Why can't you get it? He did some stuff in the place he hid it. He set up a ward and I can't undo it by myself. Since you could defeat Treed, that means you must be stronger than him. If you join, we'll be able to get his stuff. Chen Zhao was tempted. Millions of dollars was a huge sum. However, he didn't completely trust Pierce South. After all, they weren't close. Pierce was a true fox. Chen Zhao didn't like interacting with these smart people. Where are the hidden items? How will we split the money? I'll take 80%. The remaining 20% is yours. Goodbye. Chen Zhao shut the door. Did Pierce think that he was poor and could only take his scraps? Wait, how about 70 to 30? Or 60-40, that's my bottom line. 50-50. If you accept it, we can keep talking. If not, then. Pierce looked at Chen Zhao with gleaming eyes. 50-50, but we're not going with the original price. We'll take turns choosing items after we get them, and whether you choose the valuable ones will depend on your own skills. How about that? Chen Zhao thought for a moment and instantly understood what this old fox was planning. Since he knew the item's value, it was likely he was familiar with the collection. He might have even seen the items before. He would know which ones were valuable and which ones weren't. He made this request so he could have a bigger advantage. I'll think about it, Chen Zhao said. But I'm curious. You're pretty rich too. Why would you risk it to get a few million? Don't make a few million sound like a small number. My net worth is only a few million. That factory isn't my own either. Also, most of the value comes from real estate. I'm rich, but I might not have as many savings as you. I have the chance to double my net worth now. The risk is worth it. I agree with your distribution method, but I need a safety net too. If the items I choose are less than 30% of the total value, then you must give me at least that much. Basically, Chen Zhao wanted to get more money but also stay safe. Okay. This plan was a compromise that they both accepted. Don't play tricks on me, Chen Zhao threatened. If you dare take it all for yourself, I'll kill you. Don't think nonsense. I live in the nearby town, so it's impossible for that to happen like we're in the movies. Plus, you've never killed anyone before. You don't look like it. Is it that obvious? Chen Zhao asked, deflating. Maybe I should act more aggressive. Okay, we've reached an agreement. I'll call you on the day. When are we doing it? I need to prepare, Pierce said. The time isn't right either. How long do I have to wait? The next full moon. What do I have to do to prepare? Nothing. I'll get everything ready. Chapter 187, A Familiar Face in Hell. Chapter 187, A Familiar Face in Hell. When Chen Zhao walked back into the house, Fali asked, "Who's that?" "Pierce South, the owner of that chemical factory. Also, he's a wizard." "Did the two of you argue?" "I saw you punch him." Instead of hiding anything from Fali, Chen Zhao told her about Pierce's intention to cooperate with him. Just then, Raymond climbed up Chen Zhao's arm and hissed. Fali could not understand Raymond, but Chen Zhao could. "Human, I have a friend who's ill. Come to my hometown and help me to treat him." "Will I get anything?" If it was Raymond who needed treatment, Chen Zhao would go to hell and help him for free. After all, Raymond had helped Chen Zhao a lot, although Raymond had still been unwilling to call him master. However, since it was someone else, the first thing that Chen Zhao thought of was his own benefit. "My friend is a true visioner. He has no territory. Even the sacrifices needed to summon you to hell will be from me," Raymond said. "Is he that important to you?" Chen Zhao asked. "Yes. He once gave me a pristine eyeball, which became my current left eye." "Chen, are you speaking with Raymond?" Fali asked curiously. "Yup," Chen Zhao nodded. "I'm going to my room now." While Fali envied Chen Zhao's ability, she could not understand Raymond at all. Feeling rather bored, she decided to go back to her room. Chen Zhao watched as Fali left the living room. Then, he asked Raymond, "What's a pristine eyeball?" "A pristine eyeball can be placed at any part of one's body, and it'll function like an actual eyeball. However, the pristine eyeball will also change according to one's bloodline." "What changes are there?" "The left eye of my true body can cast the curse age. If I get one, how will I change?" "Human bloodline cannot change the pristine eyeball, only demonic bloodlines can. If you can heal my friend, I can promise you for him that you'll get 3 pristine eyeballs. You can place it on your right hand. It should work given your right hand's gluttony bloodline." "All right. Summon me to hell then." "Wait for a while. My true body in hell hasn't finished the preparation. Also, you'll have to be quick. I don't have that many sacrifices available, so you'll only be able to stay for 6 hours. Then let me prepare too. Does you friend have some kind of disease?" "I dunno. He's in a bad shape now." Chen Zhao was not very confident in treating demons too. Although the demonic medical book had various case studies, there were too many different types of demons. Even the book could not cover everything. Chen Zhao thought about it and asked, "Describe his symptoms." "A few of his eyes are blind. Also, vomiting and weakness." "How many eyes does he have?" "I don't know." "What? You don't know?" 100 plus, I suppose. Just then, Fali came out from her room and saw Chen Zhao packing his toolbox. "Chen, are you going out?" "Yep." "You have a patient?" "Kind of." "What do you mean by kind of?" Suddenly, Chen Zhao's body started to fade. "What's happening to you? Where are you going?" "I'm leaving for a day. Help me to take care of." Fali recalled that last time when Chris and Sienna came over, they told her that Chen Zhao had just disappeared right before them. Chen Zhao finally saw Raymond's true form, which was much bigger than Beelzebub's. He was a 30-meter-long gargantuan snake with 2 horns on his head. With a row of bony spikes on his back, he looked truly fearsome. "Raymond." "Human, here you are." Raymond lowered his body. "Come up to my head." Raymond's head was not even as comfortable as Obito's. Because he slithered extremely quickly, his head kept moving up and down. It was really annoying. Chen Zhao had a hard time maintaining his stability while standing on Raymond's head, not to mention about sitting down. Chen Zhao had to hold on tightly to one of Raymond's bony spikes. The sulfur-filled air rushed against his face and he could hardly open his mouth. Soon, Raymond's trembling weakened. They had entered a desert. Chen Zhao noticed many souls buried beneath the sands. Occasionally, an incomplete soul would jump onto the surface, only to be engulfed again by the yellowness in the next instant. 20 minutes into the desert, Chen Zhao finally saw an enormous pit in the distance from Raymond's head. He estimated that the huge pit had a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. However, as they neared the pit, Chen Zhao realized that he was gravely mistaken. The pit was much bigger than he had imagined. The sand around the pit continuously flew down. Similarly, souls were dragged along the moving sand, eventually falling into the bottomless abyss. Raymond crawled to the edge of the pit. Chen Zhao's heart almost skipped a beat. The pit was not just wide, but also strikingly deep. "It's the endless abyss," Raymond said. "You didn't bring me here to enjoy the scenery, did you?" "Of course not." Raymond approached the very edge of the endless abyss and then climbed down the rough side of the abyss. While it seemed very risky at first, Raymond had in fact climbed this path countless times already. Hence, it felt rather stable. After over 100 meters of descent, they came to a small platform which led to a cave in the wall. The cave was very big, indeed much bigger than Beelzebub's house, although it was simple. It was tens of meters deep, which was sufficient for Raymond to move around freely. "Raymond, are you still single now?" "Yup," Raymond answered emotionlessly, looking at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had originally thought that as a snake of desire, Raymond should already have a large family. "Where's my patient?" "Wait. I'll bring him here now." As he spoke, Raymond moved his huge body away, leaving Chen Zhao alone here. Chen Zhao walked to the platform outside and looked down into the bottomless abyss. Suddenly, a soul fell from the sky and landed on the platform. Chen Zhao looked at the soul. "Wait, isn't this the old witch Winry Gargamel?" "Old witch? Heh. It's you. Damn, did you fall to hell too?" Despite being dead, Winry's soul was still rather complete, probably because of the fact that she was a witch. At least she still recognized Chen Zhao. From her look, it was evident that her immense hatred towards Chen Zhao had not decreased. Winry's soul suddenly started to expand. "Meeting you here is the luckiest thing in my life." Why does this line sound so awkward? Chen Zhao's cheek twitched. He felt as if he had just been sincerely proposed. "I'll tear you apart, and then devour your soul bit by bit." "Ha ha. Given how rare it is to see a familiar face in hell, can't we just sit down, have a cup of tea, and forget about our conflict in the human world?" Chen Zhao said, frustrated. "Do you think that's possible? I am here all because of you. My hatred towards you is endless, just like the sand above this very abyss. Then have you thought about what if you still can't beat me?" Chapter 188, I can't control my right hand anymore. Chapter 188, I can't control my right hand anymore. I won't be able to defeat you. This is hell. I don't need to be stuck in that rotting body anymore, and my power won't be restricted by time. I've also eaten my souls here. I am completely different from before now. Confidence is good, but have you thought about what will happen if you lose? I won't lose. How about you turn around and ask for my friend's opinion? Your friend? Winry Gargamel suddenly felt a huge shadow loom over her. She turned around and saw the most horrifying and hopeless scene in both her previous and current life. She'd heard from the spirits that wandered the area that this huge snake before her now was the Lord, a terrible demon lord. Winry had once seen this demon from afar when she'd first fallen into hell. Whenever Raymond ate, he would swallow some spirits in the desert and leave when he was full. Whoever was eaten by him, well, that sucked for them. Whenever Raymond appeared, all the other spirits would hide from him. Let me introduce to you my friend, Raymond Stees. Chen Zhao smiled at Winry. Human, how should I punish her? I don't want to kill her yet. I have some questions to ask. Raymond spat out a mouthful of acid onto Winry. She immediately started screaming as smoke rose up from her body. She fell to the ground in pain. Are you sure this won't kill her? Chen Zhao asked with some regret while looking at Winry. This is how I store my food. My numbing poison will seal off her consciousness and she won't rot. It's like how you humans use refrigerators. Okay. Chen Zhao saw a 10-foot-tall figure beside Raymond. Of course, this figure was quite small compared to Raymond. This demon had brown skin, a bald head, long and sharp ears, and a pair of canines poking out of his mouth. He had the skin of an unknown beast on his back while there were various slits on his bare skin. These slits were all eyelids, opening and closing, they were eyes. Chen Zhao counted. This demon had at least 100 eyes. Hello. Are you the true visioner? Hello, living lord. I am the true visioner Leos, the demon said. His voice was weak. I'll check your body. While checking, Chen Zhao asked a few questions. Have you done anything special or ran into anything recently? Last time, I accidentally ate a mutant flower and was bedridden for a whole month, but that was half a year ago. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Hell flowers were poisonous and harmful even to demons. What could a mutant flower cause? He wasn't sure, he had to do more research. He discovered that one eyeball on Leo's back was completely bloodshot. Leo's, can you still see with this eye? That eye doesn't work anymore. Afterward, Chen Zhao discovered several eyes on Leo's that had similar symptoms. He reached out and pressed the area around the eyes and finally found what was wrong. The capillaries on the eyes weren't capillaries at all. They were the roots of a plant. Chen Zhao took a stethoscope out and listened carefully to the inside of Leo's body. There's something living inside you, Chen Zhao said. Really? Can you do anything about it? It was common to have parasites in hell. The host and parasite would often live together because neither could do anything to the other. However, some parasites were more invasive and more harmful to the host. The parasite in Leo's right now was obviously the more invasive and aggressive ones. If it couldn't be removed in time, Leo's may be sucked dry by it. I need to operate on you and physically remove the parasite. You can do whatever necessary to remove that damn thing from me. One of the disabled eyes suddenly opened and shot a laser at Chen Zhao. His right hand went out of control. The mouth of Glutton on his palm opened and the ray shot into the mouth. Chen Zhao retreated hurriedly in fright. Leo's, Raymond said, upset. Why did you attack the human? I didn't do that. I lost control of that eye long ago. That parasite has a mind, Chen Zhao analyzed. I think it sensed my intentions, so it attacked me. Leo's, seal the eyes you can't control. Otherwise, the human can't do surgery. Okay. When I get that thing out, I'm going to rip it to shreds. It took a lot of effort to seal the uncontrollable eyes. Raymond helped a lot during the process too. Leo's was numbed by Raymond's toxin too. Raymond, give me some of your anesthetic toxin later. Surgery begins. If it was a human, Chen Zhao wouldn't perform surgery in such an environment. However, his patient was a demon this time. He couldn't send a demon to a hospital's surgery room, after all. He had to deal with the difficulties under these conditions. Of course, he had to do everything that was possible. For example, he still disinfected his tools to prevent the patient from getting an infection. When the sharp knife slit Leo's stomach, the brown skin opened up like a zipper. Chen Zhao looked at Leo's innards. There was an obvious thing hiding in the center of his organs. It looked like an octopus. If the parasite invaded a human, he'd probably be sucked dry quickly. Only demons could survive this long with their strong vitality. Holding a syringe, Chen Zhao cautiously approached the parasite. The moment that he was about to inject the needle, 2 tentacles suddenly stuck onto Chen Zhao's arm. He tried to take his hand back, but he couldn't anymore. The mouth of glutton on his hand opened up again. When it bit onto the parasite, Chen Zhao panicked. "Don't eat everything. Open your mouth. Leo's got food poisoning from it. Do you want that to happen too?" But the mouth of glutton didn't listen at all. It started swallowing with all its might. Chapter 189, I have eyes on my right arm. Chapter 189, I have eyes on my right arm. Noticing Chen Zhao's anxiety, Raymond quickly comforted, "Human, relax. Gluttony subordinates can digest anything. They're the only demons that won't be infested." Hearing Raymond's words, Chen Zhao calmed down at once. "Can I digest it?" "Great. Don't eat me. Don't eat me," the parasite screamed in horror. "I'm afraid begging now is too late already." The parasite had also been affected by Raymond's venom, so its struggle was very weak. Its tentacles attached onto Chen Zhao's arm like an octopus, but it could not hurt Chen Zhao at all. Parasites needed a host precisely because they could not survive in the outside world by themselves. It was an unbreakable law of nature, whether it was in the human world or in hell. The mouth of glutton had already swallowed half of the parasite's body. Just then, the tentacles attached to Leo's organs and flesh also became inactive. Chen Zhao pulled his hand and the entire parasite was drawn out of Leo's abdomen. The parasite struggled wildly, dragging a few of Leo's eyeballs out at the same time. The eyeballs were attached to the end of the tentacles. As the mouth of glutton finally devoured the parasite, it swallowed the eyeballs too. However, the next moment, a few eyes opened on Chen Zhao's arm, one after another. There were 5 eyes on his arm and 1 on the back of his hand, making a total of 6. What the actual fuck? Am I infested? Chen Zhao wanted to cry but had no tears. It seemed like he would have to perform surgery to his own arm later. The mouth of glutton was really too greedy and ate everything. Anyway, it was not the time to think about all this. Chen Zhao still had to stitch Leo's abdomen. After the operation, Chen Zhao stared at Raymond with much resentment. "Didn't you just say that gluttony subordinates can't be infested? Look at the eyes on my arm. I've already been infested by that parasite. Do you feel anything different?" "Huh. I don't think so. So stop scaring yourself. Gluttony subordinates have very powerful digestive systems. Those fat pigs will many a time devour other demons and obtain their abilities. Clearly, the mouth of glutton on your arm has eaten the parasite and obtained the eyes. So I'm fine?" "Yes." "Really?" "Yes." Puff. "I almost had a heart attack." Chen Zhao heaved a long sigh of relief. He tried to control the eyes, but they did not open, or rather he could not open them. Chen Zhao felt annoyed again. How are they useful if I can't even fucking control them? When the mouth of glutton disappeared, so did the eyes. Chen Zhao decided to ask Jessica later how to control the mouth of glutton. Currently, it would appear whenever it wanted to and disappear otherwise, which Chen Zhao really hated. After the paralytic effect of Raymond's venom ended, Leo's woke up. Despite having lost a few eyes, Leo's was clearly elated. After all, he had over 100 eyes and losing a few was really no big deal. He felt that he had fully recovered. The heaviness that had been bothering him for a long time was finally gone. "Living Lord, thank you for your help. Please, take my gift." Leo's very readily gave Chen Zhao the pristine eyeballs that he had prepared. He took out a bottle filled with some liquid, in which 3 eyeballs were floating. Chen Zhao found this journey to hell pretty rewarding. The pristine eyeballs could be used on anyone, whether it was a demon or a human. Human, what do you plan to do to this witch soul? Raymond asked. Do you want her? I need someone to clean this place. It's hard to meet such a complete soul, you know, Raymond said. Then I'll leave her here after questioning her. Winry Gargamel woke up slowly. She really hoped that it was but a dream. However, her clear awareness told her that Raymond and Leo's before her were real. Chen Zhao's mocking smile only deepened her hatred. Winry Gargamel, I have a few questions for you. Answer them well and I'll forget about what happened in the human world. Otherwise, Chen Zhao turned his head and glanced at Raymond and Leo's. Raymond opened his mouth and helped Chen Zhao to intimidate Winry. While Leo's was not as big as Raymond, as he opened all his eyes, Winry realized that she was being stared at by a dense group of eyeballs. Winry instantly peed her pants, if she could still pee. What questions do you want to ask me? Let me go. I'll tell you everything. Raymond needs a servant. If you answer my questions well, you'll stay here and help him. If not, I think Raymond won't mind having you for dinner. What do you want to know? Where's Treed Pempton? I suppose he's in hell too, right? Treed. He's already been sacrificed to Lord Bester. His soul is gone forever. Is Bester the large octopus that appeared last time? Yes. To Winry, Sleeper Bester was the master she had served for her whole life. Even after she died, she still held this belief. However, Chen Zhao had easily summoned a few demons and defeated Bester. Therefore, Chen Zhao was as formidable to Winry as a god. It seemed reasonable that Chen Zhao called Bester an octopus. Do you know where Treed hid his properties? Yes. He changed them to gold and hid it under the Mirror Lake waterfall. What about the rest? He also has some other properties in the form of artwork. Do you know where he hid them? I didn't even know that he has those. Raymond, do you have a way to make her painful? My corrosive venom can dissolve her soul bit by bit, Raymond answered. I really didn't know. Winry almost burst into tears. It was the first time in her life being so honest, but nobody seemed to believe her. Living Lord, I don't think she's lying. My eye of truth has been staring at her. If she's lying, I would know. I really don't know. I only know that Treed exchanged his properties for gold. I didn't know that he secretly hid some of his properties. Which means you're useless now, right? Chen Zhao squinted and stared at Winry. Wait. I remember. A few years ago, Treed asked me to create a ward for him. Perhaps he hid the things there. Chapter 190 Gaia's Classes, Get Beaten Studiously. Chapter 190 Gaia's Classes, Get Beaten Studiously. Chen Zhao received a lot of information from Winry, who remained with Raymond afterward. Chen Zhao spent 6 hours in hell. Raymond and Beelzebub were similar in power, but their statuses were still different. Beelzebub was like a feudal lord with a couple of acres of land. Raymond was a bachelor who lived by himself. Of course, they were both better off than the silly twins. At least, Raymond wouldn't go hungry and he ruled over the endless bottomless. There was an endless supply of souls in the surrounding desert. If he was hungry, he could go over and have a meal. When he was tired, he could go lay down at home and sleep for a few years. His days were comfortable. He never had to worry about going hungry or if he could survive tomorrow. On the other hand, the silly twins were truly homeless demons. If Chen Zhao hadn't summoned them, they'd probably still be living their hard lives. The sun hadn't risen yet, so Chen Zhao went to sleep. In the morning, Chen Zhao heard the sound of the door opening and saw Fali enter in his daze. Chen, you came back last night? Yeah. Where did you go? Fali pressed. Did you go somewhere mysterious? Are there a lot of people like you? She was extremely curious about Chen Zhao, because he disappeared right before her eyes last night. She couldn't sleep at all. She needed to get an answer from Chen Zhao. Yes, but I can't tell you where it is. Is your group secretly protecting Earth? Stopping evil from invading? Since you guessed it, don't say it out loud. Really? You're a guardian of the Earth? Are there a lot of people like you? Actually, I'm the only one on Earth. I'm responsible for protecting it. You protect Earth alone? Are you an alien? Chen Zhao pursed his lips. He didn't continue because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep bullshitting. You needed 1,000 lies to make up for one lie. That saying was completely true. Faced with a curious George like Fali, Chen Zhao felt even more troubled. You can't tell me? All right, I'll stop asking. A moment later, Fali continued, being a doctor is just your alias, right? It's my job, Chen Zhao said, rolling his eyes. Do you need an assistant? I suddenly feel like being with you is more meaningful than with the coastal rescue team. I don't need an assistant. Please, being with the coastal rescue team is meaningful too. But I want to protect Earth like you. Earth doesn't need me to protect it. If aliens invade someday or a meteorite falls, then it'll need me. I just need to be a good doctor right now. Fali was about to reply, but Chen Zhao waved his hand. Don't ask when aliens will invade or when a meteorite will fall. I don't know. Okay. Fali obviously wanted to ask that question. Chen Zhao suddenly regretted exaggerating like this. Once the truth was exposed, it would be really awkward. Breaking free from Fali, he rushed out without eating breakfast. Seeing Chen Zhao, Gaia walked out of the office. Chen, how are you today? I'm fine. Why? Chen Zhao loosened up his muscles. He'd only slept for 4 hours, but he was clear-headed. I told you yesterday that I'll give you a small test. Did you forget? If I say I'm in a horrible shape today, can I delay the test? No, Gaia said emotionlessly. Go put on the protective gear. The people I invited are almost here. Chen Zhao put on his gear. A while later, the skilled fighters that Gaia invited arrived. Some were amateur enthusiasts, some were professional fighters, while others had practiced medium-weight boxing before. Gaia introduced everyone to Chen Zhao. This was a test, not a competition, so everyone put on protective gear and gloves. This way, no one would accidentally get hurt while fighting. People that Gaia thought were skilled would definitely be skilled. This was why Chen Zhao took things seriously. The 5 fighters were serious as well. They were very familiar with Gaia and all 5 of them had been invited at once to test one student. This showed how much importance she placed on this. Chen, we're coming. The 5 fanned out and stood around Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao walked out first. Waving his fist, he went for a black man. The other 4 snatched the opportunity to attack him at once. In a blink of an eye, he was hit 3 or 4 times. It hurt even with the protective gear. Chen, get it straight, Gaia called from under the ring. You're facing 5 people, not 1. Don't attack at random. Even with Gaia's reminder, it was still hard to counter all 5 fighters. They weren't hooligans from the streets. Each of them could take on 3 opponents at once. It was unavoidable for Chen Zhao to get beaten up while the other 5 were untouched. Gaia kept giving him reminders from below the ring what to do, how to attack, and how to defend. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhao finally hit someone, but it was only 1 punch. When he walked out of the ring, it felt like his bones were about to fall apart. It felt like when he'd gotten beaten up on his first meeting with Gaia. Chen Zhao tossed his gear down and fell onto the ground. So, you're really disappointed, right? At that moment, the black fighter came down too and patted his shoulder. You did good. I was beaten up by you guys the entire time. That's good. There's 5 of us and 1 of you. Isn't it good enough that you could last for 20 minutes? When I got tested last time, I faced 3 guys and got flattened in less than 10 minutes. It was fate, Joma, and a pace. I just covered my head the whole time and was too scared to even punch. How about it? Gaia looked at Chen Zhao. Do you still think you're bad? Are you saying that I'm powerful now? Not that powerful, but at least you're undefeatable in taking hits. Even if I go up, I won't be able to last more than 10 minutes. So I'm powerful. If it was me, I wouldn't let myself get hit for 10 minutes. I'll take care of the fight in 10 minutes. I don't want to compete with you, monster. It's too damaging to my self-esteem. Chapter 191, It feels totally different to beat 5 weaklings. Chapter 191, It feels totally different to beat 5 weaklings. Chen Zhao had long given up his plan to take revenge on Gaia. Finding this human-shaped T-Rex for revenge was equivalent to committing suicide. It was only a small test today. When the entire boxing course ended, there would still be a real test. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's manor. What a lovely day it is. Smiling, Chen Zhao stared at Norman's. Norman's face immediately darkened, not because she was ill, but just because she saw Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at Norman's. Let's start the training today. I'm too hungry to exercise. Norman's lay on the lawn, deliberately disobeying Chen Zhao's instruction. 1 kilometer run, 1 chicken drumstick. Chen Zhao threw his bait. Norman's immediately stood up. The day before, she only got 1 drumstick after swimming for a kilometer, but today it was just running. Clearly, running was the easier of the two. Swimming for a kilometer was really too tiring for her. But there's a condition. You have to run for 3 kilometers straight and you get 3 drumsticks. If you can't finish the entire journey, I'll only give you the corresponding number of apples. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Norman's gritted her teeth firmly. This bastard is indeed mean and shameless. Norman's thought of all the cuss words she knew and used them on Chen Zhao. How much distance do I have to run if I want a whole chicken? Swim for 3 kilometers, Chen Zhao said. Why do the rewards for swimming and running differ so much when they're both 3 kilometers? You were in your school's sports team, so you should know well that swimming and running use very different amounts of energy. Then let's run first, Norman said. Of course. Let's go. I don't want to run here. Let's run on the street. Up to you. Considering Norman's self-esteem, Chen Zhao had been training her in the manner. Since Norman's wanted to go outside herself, Chen Zhao would obviously not stop her. The two left the manor and ran on the road by the sea. Beelzebub ran behind them. Actually, his stamina was comparable to Chen Zhao's. Bastard, slow down and talk to me. Chen Zhao slowed down. Do you still have additional energy to speak? After just a few 100 meters, Norman's already started to feel tired. She was too heavy, after all. Every step she took would consume a significant amount of her strength. Asshole, if you stop the slimming course, I'll give you more money. Mr. Doman has already told me about this scenario earlier. Your pocket money every month is only 10,000, so I'm certain that you can't give me more money than your dad, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Asshole. Norman's cursed, gritting her teeth. Just then, someone approached them from the front. It was Daniel. He was also wearing a set of loose sportswear and running, his body already covered in sweat. Seeing Chen Zhao, Daniel approached him. Chen, what a surprise. What are you doing here? Work. Chen Zhao did not stop. Daniel turned around and ran beside Chen Zhao. He continued, Aren't you a doctor? Chen Zhao pointed at Norman's who was over 10 meters behind them. My current work is to slim her down. Huh. Norman's. Hey, Daniel. Norman's and Daniel clearly knew each other. They greeted each other. Norman's, is Chen your slimming coach? A great choice. I didn't want this asshole here. It's all my dad. Do you know how vicious he is? Do you know how little I've eaten in the past 3 days? Less than what I would normally eat in an hour. Look at my belly. It looks so deflated. Norman's complained. This means it's working. I don't need any slimming. But I really hope that you'll become the charming woman you once were, and not like this. What? I don't believe that she was even once beautiful. Chen Zhao twitched his lips, his face filled with contempt. Actually, he had seen photos of Norman's in the past. She was indeed once pretty. I don't need you to believe anything. Norman's widened her eyes at Chen Zhao. Let's run together, Daniel invited. Chen Zhao remained silent. Daniel looked at Beelzebub who had been running alone at the back. Is Whitemar all right? Recovering well, Chen Zhao answered. Oh yeah, Whitemar is that enormous white dog, right? Why didn't you bring him anymore after that day? What happened? He was bitten by a shark, Daniel said. You have no idea how brave Chen was. That day, Whitemar and Blackmar were playing in the sea. When Whitemar was attacked by the shark, Chen charged into the sea and fought with the shark. In the end, he even killed the shark. I didn't do much. Blackmar bit the shark to death. I checked the shark's carcass. Its gill was severely injured. Blackmar couldn't have done that. Normans looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. She did not expect him to have such a brave side. Nevertheless, she would not show it. It must have been a baby shark. Of course not. It was an adult tiger shark that's 3-5 meters long and 600 kilograms heavy. It's indeed a top predator. You have no idea how dangerous the situation was. Daniel surely admired Chen Zhao a lot. At least he was not brave enough to fight with a tiger shark in the sea. To him, it was almost like committing suicide. However, Chen Zhao actually did it in order to save his pets. Normans clearly knew how fearsome an adult tiger shark was. In fact, tiger sharks even dared to attack whales. My grandpa even made that tiger shark into a specimen. Chen, when you're free, you can go there and take a look at your own trophy. Sure. I'll go there if I'm free. Suddenly, a small truck appeared behind them. A few gangsters jumped down from the truck, all of them holding baseball bats. Their leader pointed at Chen Zhao with his bat directly and said, "He's the one." "Do we know each other?" Chen Zhao was flabbergasted. "Beat him up." The few gangsters leaped towards Chen Zhao right away. Crash. One of the gangsters managed to strike Chen Zhao's shoulder with his baseball bat. Chen Zhao kicked out in pain. The gangster flew backwards directly. Filled with anger, Chen Zhao lifted his arm and punched at the gangster who ran towards him again. Immediately, the gangster's baseball bat was broken into two. Chen Zhao threw a left uppercut and the gangster collapsed onto the ground. And then fell the second, third, fourth, and last gangster. The 5 gangsters were on a completely different level as the 5 experts Chen Zhao had fought in the morning. Against the 5 fighting experts, Chen Zhao could only try to block their attacks. However, against the 5 gangsters, Chen Zhao managed to subdue all of them in less than 3 minutes. Chapter 192 Extra Practice Today. Chapter 192 Extra Practice Today. The 5 hooligans lay in a mess on the ground. Chen Zhao rubbed his shoulder. It hurt from the first hit by the baseball bat. He could overlook the other attacks. Daniel looked at Chen Zhao in shock. Norman's expression was a bit unnatural. Chen Zhao lifted one guy up. "Who told you to come?" "Don't know." The man was tight-lipped. Chen Zhao grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it forcefully. The man let out a pained cry, but he still didn't say anything. Chen Zhao let go of the wrist. It wasn't like he would actually shatter the bone. He tossed the man onto the ground. They'd been taught enough of a lesson. These guys were also certain that Chen Zhao couldn't kill them. After all, people had already called the cops. This was Beverly Hills. Plus, Chen Zhao guessed from Norman's reaction that these guys attacked him under her orders. A few minutes later, a police car came, sirens blaring. Daniel voluntarily explained the situation to the cops, saying that they'd been attacked. He and Normans were both residents. What were the people who could live here like? The police obviously knew, so they didn't need Daniel to explain further. They naturally knew what to do. After all, Beverly Hills had their own police department and were the fastest at dispatched officers in all of LA. They were the bodyguards for these rich people. The police took the 5 hooligans away soon after. "Chen, are you hurt?" "No." Chen Zhao shook his head. "Normans, let's continue." Are you sure you can still run?" Norman's chubby cheeks quivered. "Of course. I can run 10 more kilometers." Chen Zhao sneered. "Your training plan today is to run 10 kilometers? What? Why?" Normans exclaimed. "You said we'll only run 3 kilometers. Because I got attacked, because I'm pissed off right now." He'd gotten beat up for no reason. Even though he'd won, he was still unable to be happy. "I'm not going to run even if you kill me." "Are you sure you're not running?" "I'm sure." "Daniel, can you buy me some food? I'm hungry." Normans instantly felt hungry. "You asshole." Chen Zhao's tactic was the pettiest. Eating in front of her when she was hungry was more painful than death. What was more painful than eating before a fatty and not letting her eat too? In the end, Norman's gave in. Chen Zhao only gave her 1 bottle of water the entire time. Norman's still forced herself to finish the 10 kilometers. On the other hand, Daniel glared at Chen Zhao with resentment. He'd been forced to run it all too. He was healthy, but 10 kilometers was a pretty big test to him too. Even Norman's could run the 10 kilometers. If he gave up halfway, it would be too embarrassing, so he had to finish even if he died in the end. The most annoying thing was that Chen Zhao ate the entire time with a relaxed expression. Norman's finally realized that Chen Zhao's fitness was much better than she'd expected. This asshole was a complete beast. However, it was also surprising to Norman's that she could complete the 10 kilometers. This was unimaginable to her. She probably couldn't have run so much even when she was in shape. Norman's looked at the bottle in her hands. Had something been added to the water? Chen Zhao had given it to her. She opened the bottle and sniffed, but there wasn't any odd smell. Can I get a roasted chicken for 10 kilometers? Norman's looked at Chen Zhao. No. 10 drumsticks. Norman's started cursing at him again, but she accepted it in the end. However, she couldn't keep eating when she got to the 6th drumstick. She looked up at Chen Zhao. Did you do something to me? Chen Zhao wouldn't admit it even if he'd done something, but he replied matter-of-factly, don't blame everything on me. Intense exercise will cause gastric acid reversal. It's normal that you don't have an appetite. You forced me to run the 10 kilometers. Chen Zhao ignored her complaints. Are you done eating? If you are, then we'll run back. What? Run back? I'm not running. No, I need a car. If you don't run back, I'm going to tell your dad that you hired a gang to attack me. That's slander, you asshole. I have to go somewhere. Bye, Chen. Bye, Norman's. Daniel escaped. He didn't want to get involved in Chen Zhao and Norman's fight. Even more, he didn't want to run 10 kilometers again. Norman's cried while running. I'll kill you asshole one day. Don't forget. Drink some water if you can't run anymore. She was still crying by the time she reached the manor. Mr. Doman was already in hiding because he'd heard that his daughter cried on the way back. He didn't want to be the recipient of Norman's complaints. Plus, he thought that Chen Zhao was doing the right thing. At least, Norman's had thinned obviously over these past few days. Are you done crying? Come weigh yourself. 279 pounds. She'd been 295 pounds when she'd weighed herself before swimming yesterday. This meant that she'd lost more than 15 pounds from the nearly 2 kilometers of swimming yesterday and today's 20 kilometers of running. Okay, let's swim. You only completed half of your tasks today. I don't have energy. Get up if you want to eat dinner tonight. Chen Zhao had to intensify Norman's daily exercise because as she lost more fat and water, the speed of losing weight would slow down too. He could only maintain the current speed by increasing her exercise. Norman's was practically dragged to the pool. Chen Zhao wasn't the type to go easy on girls. Plus, Norman's wasn't a girl, she was a monster. Chen Zhao only gave her enough food to maintain her health. She couldn't get anything more than that. After swimming 10 kilometers, Norman's discovered how shocking her endurance was. This was impossible. What was 10 kilometers for swimmers? Less than 1 in 1,000 people in the world could do it. Even most professional swimmers wouldn't be able to accomplish it. And yet she did it with her 279-pound body. She felt that Chen Zhao must have done something to her. Chapter 193, The Value of Artwork. Chapter 193, The Value of Artwork. Mr. Chen, why don't you stay here for dinner? Mr. Doman invited. I would love to, but I really need to go home. Is your girlfriend waiting for you at home? Chen Zhao shook his head. I have something else. All right then. Here's my business card. If you need these things, you can call me anytime. Mr. Doman gave Chen Zhao an exquisite business card. Chen Zhao glanced at the card. Written on the front was Mr. Doman's full name, Frickley Doman. On the back was his company's name, Elena Art Appraisal, as well as a bunch of phone numbers. Mr. Doman, are you an art appraiser? We also provide auctions, Mr. Doman said. Can I ask you something about artwork? What do you want to know? What's the simplest way to tell if a piece of art is valuable? Firstly, its age. In principle, the older something is, the more valuable it is. Next, its rarity. For example, in 1798, the French king gave out Crown of France commemorative gold coins. Today, there are only 3 of them left, and each is worth over $1 million. In the same year, the Bank of England gave out Empire commemorative coins. Because many collectors have them, each coin is only worth 10,000. Mr. Doman was very professional in the field. Even though Chen Zhao only wanted a brief introduction, Mr. Doman still tried his best to tell him all he could about artwork. Chen Zhao could only understand some of it, because the rest were too technical. In fact, despite having spoken so much, Mr. Doman had merely scratched the surface of the field. It was obviously impossible to explain everything to an artwork newbie in just a day. Mr. Chen, if you want to know how much a piece of art is worth, the easiest way is to bring it to my company and get it appraised. Do not buy it before you know its value, Mr. Doman advised. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Doman. I have a book on art appraisal. You can read it when you're free. Thank you. Mr. Doman gave him the book and Chen Zhao accepted it. When Chen Zhao returned home, he realized that there was a guest. For was here. At the moment, she was helping Fali in the kitchen. For, why are you here? For glanced at Chen Zhao and stopped what she was doing. She followed Chen Zhao to the living room and stared at him with a judgmental look. Chen, what's your relationship with my sister? What do you mean? We're friends, and also housemates. What relationship do you want us to have? Chen Zhao was bewildered by the question. Just then, Fali walked out from the kitchen, carrying a plate of dish in her hand. She thinks that we're a couple. How about we make some progress tonight and break through our pure friendship? Chen Zhao laughed. Are you really just friends? For still did not believe them. After all, the fact that Fali was staying in the same house as a man already indicated that she did not hate him. Maybe she even liked him. Why can't we just be friends? Moreover, even if we are a couple, what are you going to do? Bless us or stop us? I only want to know the truth. That's all. So you're just here to find contents for gossip? Chen Zhao sat on the sofa and reached out his hand, grabbing himself a piece of meat from the plate. Fu frowned, but Fali was clearly already used to it. The fact that Chen Zhao could do so naturally and Fali ignored it showed that their relationship was certainly not that simple. For let her imagination run wild in her head. Anyway, she only believed what she saw and thought. Suddenly, Chen Zhao removed his shirt. For was shocked. What are you doing? I forgot that you're here. Chen Zhao also realized it, but since he had already taken his shirt off, there was no reason for him to put it back on again. This only confirmed Fo's guess that Chen Zhao and Fali had at least once seen each other naked. What happened to your shoulder? Were you beaten by someone? For saw the obvious bruise on Chen Zhao's left shoulder. My boxing coach accidentally punched me today during class. No. It's a bruise from a blunt weapon. Did your coach train you with a baseball bat? Help me apply some medication. Given Chen Zhao's physical strength, the gangster must have used a lot of force to leave such a bruise. As Fo applied some cream on Chen Zhao's shoulder, she also admired Chen Zhao's body. I didn't know that you're so strong. Then, she even peeked at Fali with the corner of her eye to see Fali's reaction. Unfortunately, Fali had seen Chen Zhao's body way too many times. She had in fact even seen Chen Zhao fully naked before. Just then, White Ma approached them with trembly movement. He carefully looked at Chen Zhao and Fo, after which he extended his paw and got himself a piece of meat. White Ma had already discovered that because he was injured, Chen Zhao and Fali were exceptionally tolerant to his actions. Realizing that White Ma had succeeded, Black Ma followed suit. Before he even reached out, however, Chen Zhao already kicked him away. Go away. Can't you see that we have a guest? Don't you know how to spell embarrassment? How did that white wolf get injured? Why is everyone beside me able to tell that they're wolves? They're too big, even for wolves. Even the largest dog can't reach their size. Black Ma and White Ma had a shoulder height of over 120 centimeters and weighed over 100 kilograms. They were clearly two powerful beasts. You haven't told me how he got injured. Bitten by a shark. That's unlucky. You mean he's lucky? At least he's still alive. I guess you're right. Having kicked by Chen Zhao, Black Ma was obviously dispirited. He took out some dog food by himself and then started eating at the door. Seeing Black Ma's extremely intelligent act, Fo could not help but laugh. She had never seen a dog which knew how to take a packet of dog food from the shelf, open it, and eat it. More importantly, Black Ma was a wolf. Sell me a dog. No way. Stop asking me this again, Chen Zhao answered emotionlessly. Don't forget that you owe me a favor. Please. You only helped me to analyze a blood sample. I can at most pay you the money for the analysis. Stop threatening me with this. Can't you tell I was joking? Fo widened her eyes at Chen Zhao. Do you know each other before? I didn't even know, Fali said, clearly implying something else. We weren't close. Met each other a few times during work, Fo quickly explained. She did not want her sister to misunderstand anything. Chen, are you still working as an illegal doctor? Why don't you get a medical license? It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Of course it's difficult. I've learned most of my medical knowledge in China, which is somewhat different from the one in America. If I want to get a medical license, I won't be able to work at all for half a year. Chapter 194, Lost Doomstar. Chapter 194, Lost Doomstar. Fo left, not staying for the night. After she left, Chen Zhao and Fali felt much more relaxed. It had been as if they were meeting the parents. Fo kept asking a bunch of questions, making them uncomfortable. Fali walked around the living room in her bra. Chen Zhao sat on the sofa in his boxers. He flipped through the art appraisal book. To be honest, most of the content was good at curing insomnia. He'd rather flip through medical books than this book. However, his hand stopped on the explanation on one page. It was a colored picture of the lost Doomstar. It was a huge black diamond. The caption also stated that this picture was made digitally. It wasn't the true lost Doomstar. The right page introduced the diamond. The Doomstar had been discovered in 1820 in Africa. It was 380 carats. The expedition team that had discovered this diamond had massacred the tribe that owned it. It had been 163 lives. When this blooded black diamond was brought back to Britain, the most skilled artisan at the time turned it into a pendant. However, after the artisan completed the work, he lost both his hands in an accident. A noble received the pendant, but both he and his manor was lost in a fire. The pendant then fell into the hands of a prostitute. She was killed by her client. This pendant encasing the black diamond continued being passed on, but none of the owners had good endings. The name Doomstar began spreading. In the end, no one dared to collect it. Finally, it was sent to the Royal Museum to be exhibited. However, the museum had a fire and the Doomstar disappeared once again. In 1882, an American businessman bought it from a city rogue for $800. He planned on taking the Doomstar to America. He was traveling on the brigantine Mary Celeste to New York. However, the Mary Celeste never reached New York. It disappeared in the Pacific Ocean. In 1883, a ship met the Mary Celeste in the ocean and the sailors even boarded the ship to look. The Mary Celeste was empty of people. The goods that were to be shipped were all intact. There were no signs of struggle. After checking, they also found that there was sufficient food and fresh water. Most of the food was still edible even though the ship had been lost for more than a year. However, the sailors and passengers had all disappeared. Not a single bone was there. This was also the Mary Celeste's last time appearing in everyone's eyes. No one ever saw it again. Some people claimed to have seen the ship, but these comments had no evidence, so that was that. Even now, Some people claimed to have seen the ship with some vintage and blurry pictures for proof. The Doom Star also disappeared with the Mary Celeste. Chen Zhao picked up his tablet and searched for the Mary Celeste. Many pictures popped up. Most of them were pictures of an aged brigantine. One picture attracted his attention. This was a black and white picture from the 60s. It seemed to have been taken from a mile away. The brigantine in the picture looked very old. As if it had been fished out of the sea, there was a lot of seaweed on it and the entire ship was rotten. "What are you looking at?" Fali came to Chen Zhao's side and poked her head over. When she saw the picture on the tablet, Chen Zhao felt her arms shake. "Is it this one?" Fali nodded powerfully. "Yes, this one. You found it." Walter had found a wooden board that said Mary on it. "Do you know about the Doom Star?" "Doom Star? What's that?" "This." Chen Zhao handed the art appraisal book to her. Fali furrowed her brows. "You really saw it before?" "I bought a pendant from a flea market before. The black diamond looks like this too, but it only costed $100. The seller and I both thought that it was a fake." "Is it here?" "Wait, I'll go get it." Fali jogged to her room. A moment later, she took out a pendant. The black diamond on it really was the lost Doom Star. Chen Zhao gasped. Black Ma suddenly started growling at Fali's pendant. "Black Ma, what's wrong?" "Demon badge. It's a demon badge." Beelzebub also stood up, staring hard at the Doom Star. "Master, this demon badge has a powerful curse." Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Turning to Fali, he said, "Fali, I'm afraid you can't keep this lost Doom Star. It will hurt you." "Is everything true on the book?" "It has evil power. What should I do with it?" "Toss it." "Give it to me," Beelzebub said immediately. "I can eat it." Give me, Black Ma said. "I can wear it. Its power is similar to mine. I can unleash its power." It was evident that he really wanted the Doom Star. "Is there a way to expel the power and keep the Doom Star?" Chen Zhao asked. Beelzebub and Black Ma shook their heads at once. "Impossible." Chen Zhao looked at Fali. "You have two choices now. Let Black Ma wear it or let Beelzebub eat it." "Let Beelzebub eat it." "Are you serious? He likes eating weird things." Chen Zhao shrugged. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was from Sienna. "Chen, I discovered the ghost ship. Yesterday, some people on a yacht near Angel Beach recorded something and posted it online. It's the Mary Celeste. My teacher and a dozen witches died on that ghost ship. I advise you to give up. This ghost ship is scary. I'm afraid I have to face it," Chen Zhao said. "This ghost ship is here for Fali." "What?" Fali bought something amazing. She used $100 to buy what she thought was a fake but is actually a 380-carat black diamond. This is what started it all. "What?" Sienna cried. "Why don't I have this luck? Why? I feel pain. No, I can't breathe." Chapter 195, Launching the Attack First. Chapter 195, Launching the Attack First. Whenever Sienna thought about how Fali had gotten a 380-carat black diamond with just $100, she could feel herself go insane. It was such an expensive gem. If it was sold in an auction, it would probably cost hundreds of millions. If you're the one who bought the Doom Star instead, what will you do? Sell it away? Why not? You better search the history of Doom Star online. Then you'll get it. Chen Zhao started to devise a plan. Their main goal now was to eliminate the ghost ship, or Mary San Frisco. The only problem was that he had no idea whether the ghost ship had been targeting Fali or the Doom Star. If it was the Doom Star, Chen Zhao would just take the Doom Star and wait for the ghost ship to find him. However, if it was Fali instead, the situation would be much more troublesome. She had to either stay away from the sea for her entire life, or be the bait. "Fali, give me the Doom Star. Let's see if the ghost ship will find me instead." "Chen, Sienna just said that the ghost ship is very powerful. Let's not go and find it. Even if we don't look for it, it might continue to look for you. Do you plan to not go to the sea for the rest of your life?" After brief consideration, Fali still gave the Doomstar to Chen Zhao. When are you going? Tonight, Chen Zhao said. So soon. Aren't you going to prepare? No need. You should at least for White Ma to heal. He might be able to help. He can't help. I won't need him anyway. Chen Zhao had already talked with Blackie, who said that he could settle the ship. Since Blackie said that there would not be a problem, it must be the case. However, Fali seemed to be somewhat lost due to Chen Zhao's abrupt decision. She wanted to follow him there, but did not dare to. The encounter with the ghost ship that night was indeed a psychological trauma for her. This time, Chen Zhao only brought Blackie with him and no demon else. Rasfa, do you have a contact number for any yacht rental companies? Yes. Are you going to rent a yacht? Yup. I have a yacht. You can come here. No, I don't want a big yacht like the one you have. I only need a normal one. Why do you need a yacht? A party. If it's a party, of course you need a big one. It's complicated. I might even damage your yacht. I don't want to pay that much money in case I destroy it. Give me the contact number of a yacht rental company. Chen Zhao was also unsure about how this mission would progress. Rasfa thought about it and said, I have more than just one yacht. In fact, I have a much smaller one that's been at a port for quite some time. It's rather old, but it can still be used. If you need it, I can give the yacht to you for free. Stop hesitating and just come here. That abandoned small yacht is only about $200,000 or $300,000. All right then. Can I operate it alone? Of course. It's not hard to operate a yacht. After all, if it's too difficult, nobody will buy it. Many rich people like to operate their own yachts and go out to the sea. Chen Zhao hurried to Rasfa's house. When he arrived, he saw Manny there too. Hi, Manny. I don't want to speak to you, stingy cat. Manny turned around and left. Chen Zhao was confused. He could not remember offending Manny before. Ha. Chen, look at the wall. Chen Zhao turned his head and saw a tiger shark specimen hanging on the wall. Is that the shark which hurt White Ma? In the specimen, the damaged parts had all been repaired. It looked like a real shark which was looking for a prey in the sea. Also the one which bit Daniel. I didn't expect there to be such a killer in my beach. Luckily, you killed it. I didn't actually do much. Black Ma did most of the job. Chen, here's the key to my yacht, Seek. I'll ask Paul to bring you there. All right. The thing I have is somewhat urgent. I'll go now. Sure. Be careful. Rasfa did not ask Chen Zhao to stay. Instead, he asked Paul to bring Chen Zhao to the port. When they reached the port, Chen Zhao realized that it was filled with yachts, many of which were waiting to be thrown away. There were almost 20 million yachts in America, while there were just over 300 million people. This meant that on average, every 15 people owned a yacht. Thus, cheap yachts were really very cheap. Some only cost 100,000. Nevertheless, when Paul brought Chen Zhao to the yacht Seek, Chen Zhao realized that he had been deceived. It was definitely not a yacht that was only 200,000 or 300,000. This yacht, which was waiting to be abandoned, cost at least $1 million. Even after considering depreciation, it could be sold at about 500,000 or 600,000. Seek was 22 meters long and had 3 floors, including the lower cabin. At the top of the yacht was an open-air platform. Inside the yacht, there were 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and 2 public restrooms. It was indeed a luxurious apartment. Paul followed Chen Zhao onto the yacht. Chen, do you want me to stay here and help you operate the ship? Nope. Just teach me how to. It's not hard, right? It's simple, don't worry. It's not more difficult than driving a car. I can't drive a car. As long as you know how to use a tablet. This yacht has an autopilot function. The yacht's operation was indeed very simple. After over 10 minutes, Chen Zhao learned most of the things he needed. Then, Paul left the yacht and Chen Zhao set off. Chen Zhao also did not know where he should go. Anyway, he entered a random course and set the yacht on autopilot. He did not have to worry about anything else. Chen Zhao sat on the open-air platform and stared at the starry sky, waiting for the ghost ship to show up. However, Waiting here and doing nothing was rather boring. Chen Zhao ran back into the cabin, looking for something to drink. Suddenly, a head stretched out from one of the bedrooms. "Manny!" Chen Zhao screamed. Manny turned his head and looked at Chen Zhao. The two stared at each other in silence. "Why are you on the ship?" Chen Zhao roared. "Why can't I be on the ship?" Manny pouted, unconcerned. "It's my grandfather's yacht. Do you know that there are some perverts who will find ways to get a girl out on the sea? After they're done playing with her, they'll throw her into the sea to feed the sharks." Looking at Chen Zhao's gloomy face, Manny shivered and stared at him in horror. "Are you that kind of pervert? Are you scared now? Why didn't you think of the consequences when you boarded the yacht? I just wanted to see why you're coming out to the sea. Who would know that you're a pervert?" Manny cried in fear. Chen Zhao could not stop shaking in anger. He called Rasfa. "Rasfa, your granddaughter is now on the yacht. I have no idea when she hid here." "Huh? Manny's on the yacht. I'll return now and send her to the shore. Ask Paul to wait for her there." Chen Zhao ran into the cockpit, cancelled the original course, and then set the yacht to return. However, the operating system seemed to be dysfunctional. Despite trying for a long time, Chen Zhao could not finish the setup. Chapter 196, Storm at Sea, Lost Contact. Chapter 196, Storm at Sea, Lost Contact. "Manny, don't you know how to steer a yacht?" Manny was still wiping her tears. She looked at Chen Zhao with resentment. She knew that Chen Zhao was scaring her, but she'd really had a fright earlier. "Idiot, you can't even do these simple things. If you keep yapping, I'm gonna toss you into the sea. If you keep threatening me, I'll tell the cops when we land that you tried raping me. You better bribe the hospital for injury verification first." Manny glared at Chen Zhao and came to the steering position. "Huh? How come you can't turn off autopilot?" Manny tried turning it off but failed. "Did you mess up the system? How come you can't turn it off?" "Phut, seems like you aren't any smarter than me," Chen Zhao mocked. The automatic screen seemed to have been disturbed. It kept flashing erratically. Chen Zhao suddenly had a bad feeling. "Manny, go to the bedroom and don't come out." "What's wrong?" "Listen and go hide. Don't come out, no matter what you hear." Manny checked Chen Zhao's expression. Before, he'd always had an annoying smile, but he looked completely different now. His expression was now serious, like something major was about to happen. The yacht kept cruising forward without stopping. Just then, a light on the side of the steering system lit up. "What does this light mean?" Manny pointed at the flashing screen. "Storm. We're heading toward a storm." "Fuck." Chen Zhao moved the rudder. "Can you make the boat stop?" "You can only use manual operation if you turn off the autopilot. Isn't there some emergency alternative? Like if the system stops working, you can press the emergency button and turn to manual." "No. Go put on a life vest," Chen Zhao said, expression hard. He took his phone out, but he didn't have a signal. The waves were still tossing and hitting the yacht, making it start to shake. "Ah!" Chen Zhao turned to look. Manny's foot hit the side because the turbulence and twisted her ankle. "I knew that you would be trouble," Chen Zhao gritted out, pointing at her. Chen Zhao really wanted to leave her here to die, but she was Zola's daughter. He had to help. He squatted down to check Manny's foot. It wasn't serious and was just a bump with light bruising. He tugged down a life vest from the side and put it on Manny. "No matter what happens later, don't leave my side." "Chen, are we going to die here?" "No. But I'm scared." "Scared? And you still jumped on?" "I didn't know." At that moment, the light in the horizon disappeared. The starlight was completely covered by a black shadow. The yacht started shaking violently. Chen Zhao sat in the seat, one hand around Manny, the other flipping through a book. "What are you looking at?" Manny asked. "Emergency escape manual." "You're reading it now? It's not like we can do anything else." Manny stared at him. "Can't you make a useful suggestion? Then let's wait for death." Of course, a medium-sized yacht like this one was able to resist storms to a point if nothing else happened. The storm was approaching. There was an even darker black shadow in the storm. The ghost ship. It finally appeared. Manny shivered while Chen Zhao hugged her tightly. Manny, did you see something? What? Nothing. Chen Zhao shook his head. He held the Doomstar in the other hand. It really lived up to its name. He ran into a storm as soon as he was out to sea, appearing with the ghost ship. It was unknown whether the storm was caused by the Doomstar or the ghost ship. The ship shook violently. Chen Zhao and Manny both felt that they were tossed into the air for a bit. The next moment, the ship landed heavily in the water. The ship was still in one piece and had no damages. This didn't mean that they were safe, though. Instead, the true danger hadn't arrived yet. The ghost ship was coming straight for the yacht. Chen Zhao hugged Manny tightly and rushed out of the cockpit, jumping into the sea. At that moment, the yacht was already distorted by the crash and toppled over. Blackie! Chen Zhao yelled. Blackie had already rushed toward the ghost ship. The wind grew stronger, the waves grew angrier. The ghost ship started flipping over too. Countless evil spirits on the ship cried and howled. Blackie activated the bloodshed because he was on a whole other level from the evil spirits. To Blackie, these evil spirits and even the ghost ship were just sheep. No amount of sheep posed a threat to a tiger. However, Chen Zhao couldn't care about Blackie's battle against the ghost ship. He had to deal with the sea now. The waves kept hitting him and Manny. Manny choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater. Protect your face. Stop drinking the water. Holding Manny with one hand, Chen Zhao blocked the waves from her with the other. That was all he could do now. The waves were too strong and he couldn't swim at all. No matter how strong a human was, he still couldn't go up against nature. Chen, I'm scared. Are we going to die? Manny was sobbing because she was genuinely afraid. It was her first time in a life-or-death situation. Even an adult would panic and feel helpless, let alone a girl. No. Fali was unsettled the entire night. She couldn't fall asleep. Rain poured down outside, making her even more unsettled. She picked up her phone to call Chen Zhao, but it kept saying that he wasn't in the service zone. Just then, she suddenly received a notification. Last night, a strong air current appeared in the southwest of the coast. Wind power reached level 10 with huge waves. Due to the bad weather, signal has also been disrupted. Marine operators should not head out onto the sea within 24 hours to avoid danger. Seeing this, Fali's expression changed. She started panicking, not knowing what to do. Sienna, something happened to Chen. What? Sienna had been deep in sleep. Hearing Fali's voice, she was still in a daze. Chen brought the Doomstar to sea and ran into a storm. Sienna woke up immediately. How is he now? I don't know. The call won't go through. Chapter 197 New Demon Servant on the Sea. Chapter 197 New Demon Servant on the Sea. Zola, Manny's in danger. What? What danger? What happened to her? When Zola received the call from Rasfa, she still had no idea what had happened. Last night I lent Chen a yacht. Manny sneaked onto the yacht. When they were coming back to shore, they met a windstorm. Where are they now? How's Manny? My people have already found the overturned yacht, but neither of them is on the yacht. Zola felt the whole world turn upside down, as if it was the end of the world. Dad, help me find Manny, please. Help me find her. She's just a kid, Zola cried in sorrow. I've already sent out a search and rescue team. Rasfa was similarly anxious. Zola, you need to be prepared for the worst. Rasfa could hear Zola sob at the other side of the phone. He hung up. What does Manny's positioning watch say? No signals. Rasfa already regretted his decision. Manny was in danger precisely because he had lent Chen Zhao the yacht. Chen, I'm thirsty. Manny lay on Chen Zhao's back. They had already been in the sea for an entire night. The scorching sun after the storm was evaporating the water in their bodies away at an astonishing rate. Chen Zhao continued to swim forward slowly, carrying Manny on his back. I'm thirsty too. Chen Zhao regretted not bringing some plain water in the spatial ring. Now, they had no plain water at all. You sure we're going in the correct direction? Chen Zhao asked. Maybe. I dunno. Manny looked around her. The sun just rose up from that side, right? I can't remember, Chen Zhao admitted. Will we die here? No. Remove your life vest and cover your head. I'm carrying you. You won't need it. Most of Manny's body was submerged in seawater, which could block most of the sunlight. Nonetheless, she still felt hot from the sunlight that was shining onto her head. Chen Zhao was worried that Manny would be dehydrated before they reached the shore or were rescued. In such a situation, he would not even have the chance to save her. Chen, you tired? No. Even if Chen Zhao was tired, he would not admit it. Manny was in her most vulnerable state at the moment. Chen Zhao was worried that she would mentally collapse. After a few more hours in the sea, it was already noon. Manny's voice gradually diminished. Chen Zhao turned around and held Manny. Manny, wake up. Manny. She did not respond. Her lips were dry and her forehead was burning. The worst scenario had happened. Chen Zhao tried to think of a solution. He was not even sure if he was heading in the correct direction. Swimming for 7 or 8 hours was very tiring even for him. Chen Zhao was very exhausted. He also wanted to just give up. Tiredness appeared again, continuously breaking down his mental defense. In such a desperate situation, most people would give in, even the most determined of all. But Manny was in peril. If Chen Zhao could not think of a solution, she would actually die. So tired. Don't want to move anymore. So tired too. Don't want to move anymore too. Suddenly, Chen Zhao heard a voice in his mind. Hallucination? Chen Zhao shook his head. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's feet touched something big. Shark. Chen Zhao immediately curled his legs. Because of his previous experience, the first thing he thought of when he touched something in the sea was sharks. If it was really a shark, Manny and he were dead for sure. He was in a very bad shape at the moment. Any large predator could kill the two of them easily. Just then, the thing underwater floated up slightly. Chen Zhao's feet touched it again. It was not a shark. It felt even larger than a shark. Chen Zhao lowered his head and saw a huge patch of darkness under him. The thing was indeed much larger than a shark. The next moment, the thing floated out of the sea and carried Chen Zhao and Manny on its back. Chen Zhao finally saw it clearly. It was a killer whale, a predator more powerful than the sharks. It was truly a king of the sea. I'm so tired. Can you come down from my back? Chen Zhao heard the voice in his head again. He was stunned. Are you talking to me? I feel tired just talking to you. Demon? Yes. What's your name? Chen Zhao asked. Amorn Beria, subordinate of Sloth. Why are you asking me for my name when you're the one who summoned me from hell? Did I summon him? Another subordinate of the 7 great demon kings. Anyway, Chen Zhao did not expect himself to summon such a huge guy, not to mention that he was aquatic. Amorn Beria was significantly bigger than normal killer whales. The largest killer whale could be up to 10 meters long and weigh about 10 tons. However, Amorn was at least 15 meters long. He was a real giant. Bring us towards the northeast, Chen Zhao said. I'm too tired to move. Do you want demonic crystals? Yes. Bring us there. Tired. Then what do I need you for? You lazy pig. Why did you even summon me? You're my demon servant now. You have to listen to me. But I just don't want to move. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth. Do you know that among all my demon servants, there's a subordinate of Raymond, the king of lust? So, if you defy my orders again, I'll ask Raymond to make you mate continuously and you'll never be able to stop. Think carefully. Northeast, right? Amorn agreed readily. Chen Zhao was speechless. What kind of demons did he have? Could he not just have an ordinary demon? After a while, Manny was awakened by the cool sea breeze. Chen, where are we now? Are we found by the rescue team? Soon. Then we're. Manny touched the thing she was on. It felt wet and slippery. It's a whale? We're quite lucky. Are you sure it will bring us home? Yes. Don't worry. Will it suddenly go underwater, and we'll be in the sea again? No, we've had an agreement. Chen, do you know animal language? No. Whales are intelligent creatures. You don't have to talk to them. They'll be able to understand certain things by themselves. But how can you be sure that it'll send us to the shore? Just rest assured. Amorn might be lazy, but his speed in water was really amazing. Chen Zhao and Manny felt as if they were riding on the waves. When the sea breeze and the seawater hit onto their faces, it even felt slightly painful. There, go that way. Manny seemed to be fully energized again and started instructing Amorn excitedly. Chapter 154, Captain. Chapter 154, Captain. After lunch, Chen Zhao bid farewell to Diana and Eve Lee. After leaving the school, Gaia called. Chen, I heard from Marjorie that you want to go against someone. That bastard. He said he'll keep it a secret. Marjorie didn't sell you out. He called me to ask if I know anyone, so I called you. What, you want some extra income? I don't do that, Gaia said. But I know some veterans. I don't plan on starting a war. I don't plan on having my friends join a war either. But they're good at things other than holding guns too. Gaia, you should know that what I'm doing is more dangerous than a war. I have to face a billionaire. My friends need money. They won't mind the danger if they're paid enough. Then what can they help me with? Do you have time? We can talk. Sure, I'll go to the gym to find you. After arranging that, Chen Zhao hurried over to the gym. He hadn't come in a few days, but he'd told Gaia beforehand that he was quite busy. However, he was forced to make time today. Gaia was the coach for the army before. She was definitely more knowledgeable in this aspect than him. When Ola Miller saw Chen Zhao, she led him into Gaia's office. Miller, close the door and don't let anyone in, Gaia ordered. Okay. Ola knew that they must have to talk about something important. After she left, the office's mood turned heavy. You need to face Philip Quinn, right? Why are you asking me if you already heard from Marjorie? I need you to reply personally. Yes. What do you plan on doing to him? 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes of private time with him. What are you going to do to him in those 3 minutes? That's my own matter. I can introduce you to some people. They're experts in this field and can arrange everything for you, from the plan to action. What's the price? $100,000 for everything. Are they reliable? They're experts in this. They're definitely reliable. To what extent can they do it? If Marjorie's men follow their orders, they'll ensure at least 80% chance for you to have 3 minutes alone with Philip. What if they fail? You still have to pay, Gaia answered. Hearing this, Chen Zhao had a headache. However, he had no other choice. His mind was muddled and he had no clue where to start. If they fail, I only need to pay $50,000, Chen Zhao said, training his eyes on Gaia. Okay. Gaia nodded, accepting the request. Someone will contact you later. Just as Chen Zhao left the gym after their talk, his phone rang. It was a stranger. The voice on the other end of the call was raspy and deep. Hello, I'm Lloyd Word. You can call me Captain. Captain Lloyd Word? Is that your military title? Did Gaia introduce you? Yes, Gaia introduced me, but that's not my title. It's my nickname. So, Captain, you should know what I want, right? Let you be alone with Philip Quinn for 3 minutes, correct? Lloyd asked. Are you confident? Of course. I won't fool around with the lives of my men and I have a family. Should we meet? No need. Then how do we do it? Just wait for my alert. He sounded really professional, but Chen Zhao wasn't confident in a partner that he'd never met before. While walking down the street, someone bumped into him. The man fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Chen Zhao reached out to help him up. The man's hair was messy and had an unshaven face. He carried a few books and looked panicked. It's okay. The guy hurried away. Chen Zhao saw a metallic coin on the ground and picked it up. It was twice the size of regular coins. It was a strange material too. It felt heavy and he didn't know what kind of metal it was made out of. It also looked vintage. The carved design was strange too. The top side was like some animal's head and the other side had a 6-point star. "Hey, you dropped something." The guy was only a few feet away, but he pretended that he didn't hear. He kept walking forward without looking back. Chen Zhao jogged over and grabbed the thin guy. "Hey, this is yours, right?" The man looked at the coin in Chen Zhao's hands with hesitation. A beat later, he still took it. "Thanks." With that, he turned and left. Chen Zhao looked at him in confusion. A moment later, he seemed to see a shadow following the man. Sienna and Chris were both comforting Fali, but her tears flowed down without stopping. "Fali, Chen will be fine," David said. "Don't forget that he's not an average guy. Ask Sienna if you don't believe me." "Yeah. Fali, Chen will come back safely." Sienna wasn't confident either. She was a spiritualist herself, so she was clear that normal people and spiritualists weren't much different when faced with a storm. Humans couldn't go up against nature. Sienna felt that Chen Zhao might be dead. Just then, they heard the door open. Everyone in the room froze. Fali stood up immediately, looking at the door. "Hey, Sienna, David, Chris, how come you're all here?" Chen Zhao walked in. Fali rushed toward him and planted a kiss on Chen Zhao's lips. Chen Zhao was stunned. What was happening? "Fali, wait. What happened?" Chen Zhao pushed Fali away. Her kiss was too strong. Chen Zhao even wondered if his lips were bruised from the impact. Plus, Fali clearly didn't have any experience. Chen Zhao suspected that Fali's kissing techniques were copied from movies. Nothing. Fali suddenly let go of Chen Zhao and returned to the sofa. Sienna and Chris were both dazed while David looked at Chen Zhao with envy. "Chen, I think I should go face a storm too. Then maybe Sienna and Chris will welcome me like that too when I get home." Sienna smiled at Fali. "Fali, can you explain what that kiss meant?" Fali looked up at Chen Zhao. "Chen, let's date." "Huh? You don't want to?" Chen Zhao really wasn't prepared. Looking at Fali's dark expression, Chen Zhao slapped himself. "I want to." Chapter 199, Be Together. Chapter 199, Be Together. To be honest, Chen Zhao was indeed not mentally prepared at all. It was really too sudden. However, he did not know how to reject Fali, whom he had been staying with for so long. In the end, witnessed by 3 friends, Fali successfully proposed to Chen Zhao. "Chen, how did you escape from the storm?" David asked. "I was lucky. Got myself a new pet in the sea." "What pet?" "A killer whale. Name's Amorn. He sent me to the shore." Everyone was speechless. They all knew that none of Chen Zhao's pets was ordinary. His pets were at least intelligent. Fali had even seen for herself how Black Ma and White Ma had appeared. Hence, they all seemed to be very interested in Amorn. David even asked excitedly, "Where's Amorn now?" "Of course he's in the sea. You didn't think I would carry Amorn back, did you? When can we go and see him?" "Maybe next time when you're all free. You've all been here for the whole day. Go back and rest," Fali said. "Now that Chen's back, you're going to chase us away like this." "I'm staying tonight," Sienna complained in dissatisfaction. "Sienna, stop being a third wheel. We should leave before they kill us." Chris pulled Sienna away. David gave Chen Zhao a hug and then left with them too. Chen Zhao and Fali both sat on the sofa in silence. Suddenly, Fali stood up. "I'm taking a shower." Chen Zhao reached out and pulled Fali into his arms. "Not now. Let's shower together later." Fali was extremely nervous, but Chen Zhao would clearly not allow her to retreat. He made the first move. Unable to resist Chen Zhao's aggression, Fali gave in almost immediately. Nonetheless, Chen Zhao did not overdo it. It was Fali's first time, after all. In the bathroom, Fali actively started another round. Only after a tiring battle, the two stopped. It was the first night they slept in each other's arms. Fali lay on Chen Zhao's chest, feeling his warmth. It felt so quiet and peaceful, a feeling that Fali had never experienced before. The next day, Fali was clearly fully energized and rejuvenated. "Chen, do you want me to send you anywhere?" "No. Be careful at work." "I know. See you." It would seem like their conversation was just as usual, but in fact it already felt different. Chen Zhao sat on the sofa alone. After Fali left the house, he took out his phone. "Hey, Gerlin." "Chen. You sound so strange. Are you in love?" It was a common belief that women were much more sensitive. Chen Zhao did not expect Gerlin to be able to guess what he wanted to say before he even did. "Yes. Congrats." Gerlin's gentle smile could be heard from the other side of the phone. She gave Chen Zhao her sincere blessing. "Thanks," Chen Zhao replied emotionlessly. "When are you coming back to Los Angeles?" "Maybe never. I'm planning to work at the station in San Francisco." "I see. I still have work to do now. Until next time." "All right. Goodbye." "Bye." Since Chen Zhao had accepted Fali's proposal, he had to leave the other relationships he had in the past. Unlike a novel, in reality, few women could tolerate playful boyfriends. It was just like how Chen Zhao could not accept his girlfriend having an affair. Clearing the relationships he had in the past was good for both him and Fali. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from Marjorie. "Chen, are you free?" "What?" "You promised me that you'll treat my baldness." "Fine. Where are you?" "Right in front of your door." When Chen Zhao left the house, he saw Marjorie's car at once. Marjorie also saw Chen Zhao's entire family of pets behind him. "Chen, what are those two things? Don't tell me they're Alaskan Malamutes, because they're definitely not. They are what you think they are. Don't tell me they're coming too. My car's too small for them. They're not going onto your car, but you're coming out. Since you're already here, let's have the treatment in my house." "Sure." Marjorie followed Chen Zhao into his house with some curiosity. "Chen, your house is different from what I thought." "How?" "I thought your house would be filled with the smell of medicine. Also, your house is too tidy for a person who has so many pets. I've had a dog before as well. That asshole would make a mess in my house every day. Simple. If my dog dares to behave badly in my house, I'll beat the shit out of him." Chen Zhao was about to treat Marjorie when he heard Azina's voice from the outside. Realizing that the door was unlocked, Azina shouted at the door to inform Chen Zhao and then came in directly. "Hi, Chen. If you're here to play with Black Ma and White Ma, they're in the yard. White Ma's injured and can't run. I'm busy now." "All right." Chen Zhao had treated Marjorie a few times already, so Marjorie really trusted him. Nevertheless, when Marjorie removed his shirt and Chen Zhao saw the gun hidden in it, his face darkened right away. "Marjorie, if you bring your gun into my house again next time, I'll chase you out." "I didn't bring it for you. It's just that I have too many enemies. If I don't bring a gun, I'll feel really unsafe. Then next time I'll go to your place. Will we still have another session?" "Of course. Do you think it's that easy to treat hair loss? How long do I need to see the effect?" "About a month. You need to contact me every week." "Okay. How much is it?" 2,000 per session." "Here you go." Marjorie readily paid Chen Zhao, like he always did. "By the way, last time you asked me about black market drugs. I'll give you a number. Tell the person that I introduced you." "All right. Thanks." Soon after Marjorie left, Dion Sloat came. "Chen, I'll only be the mayor till next week. What's your decision about the land near Mirror Lake? If you delay further, after I resign from my position, I will no longer be able to promise you that you can definitely get the land. At least you won't be able to get it at the same price." After some consideration, Chen Zhao made his final decision. "I'll buy it." "When are you free?" "Now. I still have something else later." "Sure." Chen Zhao still had the 500,000 check that Ethan had given him. Since he had enough money, he decided to be quick before it was too late. The procedure was pretty easy. Chen Zhao signed the land purchase agreement, notarized it, and then paid the deposit. All the formalities took less than an hour. After he finished everything, he finally felt relieved. Then, He went to the fitness center for the boxing class. Gaia asked Chen Zhao curiously, Chen, did you encounter a windstorm yesterday on the sea? How did you know? Coastal Rescue Team. One of my former students is working there. I saw the photos of you and another girl being sent to the team. They sent out at least 100 search and rescue ships for you. Yep. Luckily I came back alive, Chen Zhao said. Great. How do you feel now? Not half bad. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Excuse me. Help. Chen, come here now. Hearing the screams from the phone, Chen Zhao's face darkened immediately. It was obviously none other than Del. Chapter 200. This isn't looking for trouble, it's a sin. Chapter 200. This isn't looking for trouble, it's a sin. Gaia looked at Chen Zhao. Your patient seems to have an emergency. It looks like I can't have class today, Chen Zhao said helplessly. He was curious as to what trouble Del found for himself today. This guy really didn't know how to choose the right timing or differentiate for severity. He sounded strong in the phone, but he might keel over the next second. This was why Chen Zhao didn't wait and just hurried to Del's manor. When he got to the entrance, he found Del standing there. He looked strong and not like he'd almost gotten himself killed. Did something happen to Tsura? Chen Zhao asked tentatively. No, she's okay. Then where is she? And you were screaming for help in the phone. What happened? Hurry in. Before going in, Tsura ran out with messy hair and dark circles under her eyes. I'm not playing anymore, you asshole. Del, play by yourself. I'm done. I'm done, she yelled fanatically. What are you two playing? Chen Zhao looked at how frazzled Tsura looked. It couldn't be fatal, right? Chen, you're here, you're finally here, Tsura complained while latching onto Chen Zhao. Great. I thought I was going to go crazy. What exactly is happening? You'll see when you come in. Tsura pulled Chen Zhao in. Before entering the mansion, he heard a cry. Chen Zhao froze. You two have a kid. After he got in, he saw a baby girl tossed onto the sofa. Her lower body was bare, the living room was in a mess, and there was a disgusting smell. Chen Zhao immediately held his nose. What exactly happened? Tsura and I decided to adopt a kid for fun. Chen Zhao picked up his foot to kick Del's left leg. Adopt a kid for fun? No, no. When we went to the orphanage, we thought that this baby was pitiful, so we adopted her. Del immediately changed his story. Chen Zhao scrutinized Del. When Del saw his eyes, he was scared. He suspected that Chen Zhao might kill him. You need to be a married couple to adopt, right? Singles can't adopt. To adopt Faith, we went and got a marriage certificate, Del said. Tsura and I. Chen Zhao was taken aback. He didn't expect that Del would actually marry Tsura just to adopt a kid. You two got married to adopt this kid. But I give up. Chen, you can have the kid. I don't want it. You think I won't kill you? Chen Zhao was furious. As expected, wanting this horrible couple to be responsible was delusional. I really can't take care of her. Tsura and I haven't slept in 2 days. We can't even change her diaper. The entire living room was filled with the smell of waste. No wonder they'd broken down. Why didn't you hire a nanny? Chen Zhao asked, expression dark. This asshole either thinks the applicants don't have big enough boobs or nice enough asses, Tsura complained. Chen Zhao looked at the baby called Faith. She probably hadn't had a bath in 2 days and smelled horrible. He could only pick her up, help bathe her and then change her diaper. Thankfully, Faith didn't have any diseases or injuries after being tormented by Tsura and Del these days. This was her biggest fortune. Being adopted by this couple and surviving their instincts of finding trouble was a big test for her. Find a nanny right now. I hope you can find one before I leave. Otherwise, I'll report you for child abuse. I already looked, but I couldn't find any. Bullshit. Were you looking for a nanny or a beauty contestant? Chen Zhao almost spat his water out at Del. Call the housekeeping company right now. Finally, Del gave in. He had no choice because he and Tsura really couldn't handle Faith. They couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone an infant less than 1 year old. Half an hour later, the applicants finally arrived. Chen Zhao was stunned by the wave of beauties. Were these girls with thick makeup really here to apply for the nanny position? Del, don't tell me you called a model company. Chen Zhao stared at him, annoyed. No, I told the housekeeping company my requirements and I'll give $100,000 each month. What? Are you crazy? Chen Zhao roared. A regular nanny that took care of kids and did the chores for 24 hours per day and had 2 days off per week would only earn $3,000 to $5,000 per month. Del's $100,000 was enough to hire 20 nannies. This wasn't a regular expense. This was a complete waste of money. Chen Zhao walked to the girls. None of you are qualified. You can all leave now. The beautiful girls all left while cursing. Del had a face of resentment. Chen, you told me to look for a nanny and now you drove them away. I thought a few were quite good. Not good at all, Chen Zhao said, expression dark. If you spend the $100,000 to host a party for beautiful girls, I don't care. But you spend $1,000 to buy a pretty hamburger. But who will take care of the baby, now that you chased them away? Wait, I'll call someone. Chen Zhao called Bant. Bant, Mary's a maid now, right? Yes. How much does she make per month? She works by the hour and makes around $2,000 per month. I have a friend who needs a nanny to take care of their kid. It'll take a lot of time, but the pay is quite high. Can Mary do it? What's the pay? Bant asked immediately. Chen Zhao turned to Del. What's the pay? $5,000, as long as she can take care of the kid. $5,000, Chen Zhao said. They're a young couple and like fooling around. They can't take care of kids. Okay, I'll tell Mary. Can you hold the position for her? Can you have Mary come over right now? It's urgent. Okay, I'll call her now. Give me the address. A while later, Mary came over. She hugged Chen Zhao, saying, Chen, thank you. Let me introduce you to Del and Sura. And this is Faith. Your task is to take care of her. As for those two, call me if they're about to die. Hello, Mary. I'm glad you could come. Sura hugged Mary as well. Del found that Mary was easy on the eyes despite being older, so he didn't say anything. Chapter 201 A Killer Whale's Diet. Chapter 201 A Killer Whale's Diet. If it was just the irresponsible couple Del and Sura, Chen Zhao would not really care. However, they had a kid now. Even if they did not bother about their own lives, they should at least think about the kid. Next, Chen Zhao went to conduct the delightful task of torturing another person, that is, the slimming session. Mr. Doman, I apologize for not showing up yesterday without telling you. I promise it won't happen again. Mr. Chen, I know what happened. You don't need to feel sorry. Oh, do you know already? Yes. Mr. Rasfa and I are good friends. I'm happy that you and Manny returned safely. Chen Zhao smiled. Actually, before Mr. Doman asked him to help his daughter lose weight, Mr. Doman must have checked his background. Is Norman's ready for today? Haha, she's never ready, Mr. Doman laughed. I'll leave everything to you. When Chen Zhao pushed Norman's door open, she was lying on the floor like a dead fish. Is this your way of welcoming me? Asshole. Eat this. Then we'll start the session today. Norman's took the apple and wolfed it down. Then, she stood up lazily. Knowing that she could not resist Chen Zhao, she could only listen to his instructions. Where are we going? Norman's realized that Chen Zhao had brought her out of the manor, although she did not say that she wanted to train outside. She had an ominous feeling about it. I'll bring you to a fun place, Chen Zhao answered with a bright smile. Norman's clearly did not believe that Chen Zhao would bring her out to play. Isn't this Mr. Rasfa's manor? Why are we here? Chen, how can I help you? Paul was surprised by their arrival. I've told Rasfa that I'm bringing someone here today. We'll be using his beach for a while, Chen Zhao said. Of course, Paul nodded. Chen Zhao was a frequent guest here, so he did not need to do much. Do you need me to bring you there? No, I know the way. Normans followed Chen Zhao to the beach. Do you want me to run here? Or maybe swim in the sea? Here, your swimsuit. When did you keep it? You pervert. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Before you call me a pervert, you better look at yourself. Normans gritted her teeth at Chen Zhao's merciless humiliation. Even though she was already used to Chen Zhao's mocking, she still could not stop being angry. After Normans changed to her swimsuit, Chen Zhao snapped his fingers. Into the sea. Normans could not remember what was the last time she played in the sea. Seawater was denser than pure water, so it was easier to swim in the sea. Nevertheless, the raging waves in the sea could easily cause accidents. Soon, Normans realized that she was already in the deepwater zone. She was about to return to the shore when she saw a black shadow approach her in the sea. Moreover, it was on her return path. Shocked out of her wits, she swam towards the deeper part of the sea at once. Ah, there's something underwater. Asshole, come and save me. However, Chen Zhao continued to float along the currents, unhurried. Normans turned her head and saw the huge thing again, as well as its dorsal fin. Killer whale. Norman's head went blank. Killer whales were true killers. Nothing in the sea could beat them. The prey they targeted was dead for sure. Swim fast. Do you want to die? Chen Zhao urged. You asshole. This is murder. You knew that there's a killer whale here and you still asked me to come. Swim faster. A killer whale's favorite food is seal, because they contain large amounts of fats in their bodies, just like you. Killer whales are very sensitive to the smell of fats. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Terrestrial creatures would never be able to outswim marine creatures. This was the result of billions of years of evolution. The distance swum by Normans in a minute with all her strength could be covered by a killer whale by simply waving its tail. Master, I'm so tired. Can I rest for today? Listening to Amorn's message, Chen Zhao's face darkened. Both of you, just go and fucking die. If you dare to stop, I'll make you die of exhaustion. Tired. 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 I wanna die. Finally, Normans also stopped. Just let me die here. Normans turned around and saw Chen Zhao standing on the surface of the sea. You, what? Then, she discovered the killer whale Chen Zhao was standing on. You. It. Forgot to introduce to you. His Amorn. Did you tame him? That depends on your definition of tame. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Normans roared, slapping the surface of the sea furiously. Just now, she really thought she was about to be eaten. You swam too fast. I couldn't find a chance to tell you. Bullshit. You even told me a killer whale's diet. Did I? Can't remember. It's deliberate. You did it on purpose, you bastard. Asshole. Relax. Do you want to come up? After Normans calmed down, she was still rather scared. Are you sure that he won't eat me? Definitely not. Don't worry. Can I really go up? Come. Chen Zhao pulled Normans up to Amorn's back, after which he patted Amorn. Amorn, let's go. Normans felt somewhat uneasy. Amorn brought her and Chen Zhao further and further away from the coastline. Finally, Amorn stopped. From their position, they could no longer see the coastline. The entire Beverly Hills had been reduced to a mere outline. Why did we stop here? Just then, Amorn dived into the sea. Normans fell into the water again. Where's Amorn? He went to the toilet. It's urgent. Normans looked at Chen Zhao with her face darkening. Are you going to ask me to swim back? Or you can wait for Amorn to finish and bring you back. When I return to the shore, I'll kill you. I'll definitely, fucking kill you. Normans started to swim. She had no other choices. In the sea, staying afloat at the same spot was even more tiring than swimming. Chen Zhao slowly followed behind Normans. While Normans was already exhausted, she actually still had the energy to speak. The entire journey was filled with her incessant cursing. However, Chen Zhao was long immune to Normans' cussing. Instead, he kept provoking her further. Faster, faster. We can't make it in time for dinner. Do you still want dinner? I don't think so. When Norman stood on land again, she almost cried out in excitement. Nevertheless, there was a more pressing issue to settle. Normans leaped at Chen Zhao and pressed him into the water. Chapter 202, Coincidental Meeting with Vincent. Chapter 202, Coincidental Meeting with Vincent. After throwing a tantrum, Normans lay onto the sofa to rest. Chen Zhao massaged his face. Next time you use your nails, I'll toss you to Hawaii and you can swim back. I'll use a knife next time. Where will you hide your knife? In your saggy meat. After these days of hard work, Normans had lost a lot of fat. Her skin was now loose and saggy. When she was done with the weight loss plan, she would definitely need plastic surgery. Get up and put the shirt on. We'll run back. Normans put on the shirt and started running behind Chen Zhao. Hey, asshole. What do I have to do to get skinny faster? Oh. Chen Zhao turned around to look at her. Are you sure? Yeah, I want to hurry up. I don't want to keep getting tortured by you, pervert. Then I'll change the schedule starting tomorrow. No, today. Are you sure? I'm sure. The two most effective ways to lose weight is just dieting and exercise. The food should be nutritious with low carbs. Exercise should be consistent. Then I won't eat and I'll increase the exercise. No, you still have to eat. If you exercise without replenishing sugar, it'll lead to low blood sugar. That's why I have you eat an apple before starting. When you exercise, you truly start to burn fat after around 30 minutes. You first start to burn glucose, which moves fat. Without glucose, you won't even be able to move. What did you add in the water you gave me yesterday? Sugar. Enough sugar can speed up the burning of fat and act as a stimulant. Only sugar? What do you think? You better not give me any drugs. Otherwise, I'll make life unbearable for you in LA. How old are you? You still like playing make pretend. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. This was Norman's first time requesting to add more exercise. It was a big improvement. This also lessened Chen Zhao's workload. Norman suspected that Chen Zhao put something in her water. It was actually a tiny bit of a strength potion. It was a very small amount, but it could make Norman stronger. It also used up more energy though. It was like how Chen Zhao and David now ate 2 or 3 times more than regular people. Norman's couldn't eat that much though, so she had to digest herself and turn fat into energy. Chen Zhao always had Normans do aerobic exercise. Jogging and swimming were the most common aerobic sports. Non-aerobic exercise was mostly used for building muscle, which Normans didn't need. It could also cause muscle fatigue and produce more lactic acid. This wasn't suitable for Normans to continue exercising, so aerobic sports were the best for her. After returning to the manor, Normans weighed herself. She was now 258 pounds, more than 20 pounds lighter than yesterday. Even Normans was shocked at this weight loss speed. Thinking a bit, she started running around Carrie's lawn. She kept running even without Chen Zhao beside her. Doman was surprised at his daughter's changes in both mind and body. She was like a new person each day. Doman kind of regretted not calling Chen Zhao earlier. A taxi stopped before Chen Zhao and a familiar guy poked his head out. Hi, Chen. Vincent, how come you're still driving taxis? I do it occasionally. Vincent smiled brightly. Going home? Chen Zhao got in the car. How's everything? How's being an actor? Because of Mr. Stephen's recommendation, I acted in 4 movies and 1 TV show. They haven't aired yet though. The TV show is Deep Sea. It's airing next week on BBC. I'm a scientist in there. Chen, remember to tune in. Sure. Chen Zhao nodded with a smile. With Vincent's current status, he probably could only have roles that lived for 2 episodes. It wasn't that Chen Zhao looked down on Vincent. It was just the reality of the film and TV industry. Do you have a management company now? Not yet. You should find one as soon as possible. That way, you can get even better resources. I want to, but no company wants me. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. If you don't mind, I can help you ask, but I can't promise anything. Chen, You even know people from management companies. One of my patients. Vincent brought Chen Zhao to his house and didn't take his money. When Chen Zhao went in, he saw that Fali had already cooked dinner as if she was a good wife. Fali kissed Chen Zhao lightly. Wash your hands. Eat dinner. They were both used to sitting on the couch or ground in the living room to eat. It was the same even when David and the others were here. Fali, I need to tell you something. What? Don't tell me you cheated on our first day. Oh, please. I wanted to tell you that I bought the land around Mirror Lake. You really bought it? Yes. How much? $400,000. I already paid a $100,000 deposit. So you plan on settling down here? Yeah, I plan on building a house next to Mirror Lake. A big house, so Whitemar and Blackmar can run freely and play in the water. Oh, Robio studies architecture. You can have him help design. Chen Zhao's eyes brightened. If that was the case, he could save on the design cost. He was counting his pennies now because he really didn't have much cash left. He had $200,000 at most. Plus, he had to pave an asphalt road before building a house. Mirror Lake was 2 kilometers from the road outside. It wasn't far, but if he wanted to build a house, the construction trucks had to go in. He would need a road if he wanted to live there too. 2 kilometers of an asphalt road along with the manpower would cost around $200,000. Asphalt was twice as expensive, but it had better plasticity. Of course, Chen Zhao would also earn more money after a while. He actually could start the construction now. It wasn't like he had to pay everything up front. He could start paving the road first, so when he started building the house, things wouldn't drag along. Since he wanted to do this, it had to be good. Chen Zhao planned on building the best house he could within his current financial abilities. Chapter 203 Reporter. Chapter 203 Reporter. Robio, can you help me with something? Chen Zhao called Robio. What? Help me to design a house. Yes. What price are you looking at? Robio asked. Within $1 million, including the workers. Robio gasped, are you building a palace? What did it mean for the building cost of a house to be $1 million? Even the bungalow that Chen Zhao and Fali were staying at would only cost tens of thousands to build. Of course, their current house was very old. The houses of most middle-class people cost about $200,000 to build. In many TV shows, luxurious houses could easily cost tens or hundreds of millions, but it was only because they had the best locations and facilities. Sometimes, a golf course alone would cost more than $10 million. The house itself in fact cost far less than tens of $1 million. Therefore, a house that cost $1 million to build was truly deluxe. Oh, how much does it cost to build a palace? Robio kind of disliked rich people like Chen Zhao, especially when he had earned so much after just half a year in America. Anyway, Robio was Chen Zhao's friend and also owed him a favor, so he could not reject Chen Zhao's request. When are you free? Bring me to the place. I need to take some photos before being able to design the house. Architecture is much more complicated than merely drawing a diagram on a sheet. The basics include mechanics and material science. In addition, the environment has to be a foil to the building. In particular, villas and manors need ingenious designs. An architect without sufficient imagination is not a good architect. After making an appointment with Robio, Chen Zhao hung up. However, he immediately received a call from Dell. Chen, do you know Rufford? The winner of the Elite League this year. He ran 9.7 seconds for 3 consecutive 100m sprints. How do you know that I know him? Chen Zhao was puzzled. It's everywhere on the media, including photos of you entering Rufford's apartment. Even your identity as an illegal doctor has been exposed. What? Chen Zhao was flabbergasted. He did not know about it at all. Rufford has no agency or agent now, right? Dell asked something else. Why? Can you help me to make an appointment between Rufford and my company? Your company? Aren't you just one of the shareholders of CAA? Also, you don't really manage your company, am I right? It's not that I don't want to manage my company, But rather I don't have sufficient power. If I can get Rufford, my influence in CAA will increase significantly. I can help you to make an appointment with Rufford, but you need to help me too. What? I know a new actor. He's played some small roles in several films, but he has no agency too. Help me to attach him to your company. What's his name? Vincent. A TV series called Deep Sea is about to be shown on BBC. He's the scientist inside. Alright, I'll pay attention to him. As long as he's suitable, I can sign him under my company. Do you have his number? I'll give it to you. When Chen Zhao returned to his house, he heard Fali making a call. Dad, I need money, 200,000. Can you lend me? Yes. I know. Okay. Chen Zhao opened the room door and Fali immediately hung up. Chen. Fali, you were borrowing money from your family? Chen, you're building a new house, our home. I want to make some contributions too. Fali, I have enough money, except that I have yet to receive it. You don't need to borrow from your family. Chen. Believe me, will you? But my dad has already agreed. Then call him again. Chen Zhao felt that as a man, he should contribute more. It was only the first day that Fali and he were officially dating, and Fali was already borrowing money from her family. Chen Zhao thought it was a blow to his self-esteem. He hoped that he could build a house with his own hard work and ability, not with the help of his girlfriend. In that case, they might as well stay at the current place. Regardless of how much we each pay, it'll still our new home, together. All right, Chen. That night, Fali seemed to be exceptionally passionate. Her endurance had also increased decently. After a tiring workout, the two slept in each other's arms. The next morning, Chen Zhao went to Ethan's motel directly. Because of what Fali had done the previous day, Chen Zhao was even more eager to make money. Caprice. What a surprise to see you here so early. Chen Zhao was clearly surprised by Caprice's presence. Caprice looked rather energetic and casual. Chen, I came here to thank you. Chen Zhao grabbed the burgers from the counter and started eating. For what? I went to see Philip Quinn just now. From afar, I could already hear his hysterical screams. Caprice looked rejuvenated, as if she had just slept with 10 strong men the previous night. Chen, half of his body seems to be rotting away. How did you do it? Hey, I didn't do it. It must be God's will. Fine. I won't ask anymore. Caprice smiled. Just then, Ethan walked out from the inside and glanced at Caprice. Why are you still here? The last time they met each other, they had the same enemy. However, once it was over, they became completely hostile towards each other again. Chen, work with me. I know more people and can offer you more clients. Caprice tried to steal Chen Zhao away right before Ethan. You mean those people from the prison? You sure they won't cut Chen into slices? This former couple started arguing again. Chen Zhao admired the humiliations and curses from the two as he enjoyed his free breakfast. The cuss words they used were always new, innovative, and never repeating. Even their son, Robio, became the weapon they used to attack each other. The innocent Robio was involved for no reason. Chen Zhao wondered how Robio would feel if he knew what was happening. Looks like there's nothing for me here. I'm going to the fitness center. After listening to the duo performance for an hour, Chen Zhao already felt rather bored. However, the moment he left the motel, he saw a woman walk towards him. Hi, Mr. Chen, can I interview you please? Are you a reporter? I'm a reporter for the Los Angeles Times. Sorry, I'm busy. Chen Zhao turned around and flagged a cab. However, he realized that the reporter was still following him in her car. Chapter 204, Boxing Class. Chapter 204, Boxing Class. When Chen Zhao reached the gym, that reporter appeared before him again. Mr. Chen, you're an illegal doctor, right? Did you give Rufford illegal drugs? His improvement is shocking. Does this have anything to do with the medicine you gave him? In this country, reporters were the true kings. They could twist any sentence to fit their goal. Who told you I'm a doctor? I'm not. If Chen Zhao admitted that he was a doctor, the public health department wouldn't be the first to find him. It would be the IRS. How scary is the American IRS? There was a rumor that the IRS got their eyes on a drug lord for tax evasion. When he finally got arrested, it was because the IRS found evidence while even the FBI couldn't. One could imagine how frightening the IRS was. Mr. Chen, Mr. Rufford admitted it himself. Admit what? I know Rufford, but that doesn't mean I gave him treatment. Mr. Chen, are you doing this to hide the fact that you gave Mr. Rufford steroids? If Rufford used steroids, the IAAF and anti-doping organization can come for me. If you have evidence, please take it out. Otherwise, wait for my lawyer's message. A lawyer's message didn't actually have any legal effect. It was basically just a threat to attack if the other kept going. Kate gritted her teeth at Chen Zhao. This Chinese man was more troublesome than she'd expected. His answers were seamless. Mr. Chen, if you're worried about your identity being exposed, I can ensure to keep your identity hidden. What identity? I'm just a Chinese man working in America on a green card. If you keep making harmful guesses, I'll report you for harassment, defamation, and racism. When did I act racist? Anybody would be in trouble if they were found to be racist. Even the godly reporters didn't dare to touch that line. If she was sued for this crime, she would lose her job even if she wasn't found guilty. Chen Zhao was just showing off. If Kate wanted to make his life hard, he would do the same. I just feel like you're being racist, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. Racism was a true problem, but some minorities also felt that any offenses toward them was racism. Kate stared at Chen Zhao's back and clenched her fists. Chen Zhao entered the gym. He waved to all the people he was familiar with. He was well known here too. After all, not many dared to have Gaia be their coach. Gaia was currently teaching a student in the ring. That student was 6 feet tall, like Chen Zhao. His weight was similar too. However, he was much weaker. Gaia held up a pad with one hand and didn't even budge when the student's fist hit it. If it was Chen Zhao, Gaia would need to hold the pad with both hands. Harder, harder. Too weak, Anderson. Did you eat breakfast? Or did you use all your energy on girls? Gaia pushed the student's fists away with the pad. The student took 2 unsteady steps back. Okay, Anderson. Go take a rest. Gaia patted his shoulders. Chen, put on your gear and come practice. When Gaia and Chen Zhao practiced, Chen Zhao was the defense. He took the pad and put on protective gear. Up, down, left, right, left, up. Gaia would tell Chen Zhao where she was attacking before she did so. Then Chen Zhao would do the appropriate defense. After 15 minutes of training, they were both sweating. Anderson offered them water and patted Chen Zhao's arm. Chen, how come we have similar build but our strength and speed are so different? He wanted to learn Chen Zhao's ways. Maybe it's because I exercise often, Chen Zhao said. I'm a coach too, so maybe I'm more familiar with how to make myself stronger. Similar build didn't mean that they had the same power. There was still the problem of fat ratio. A regular person had around 10% to 12% body fat. Athletes had around 5%, while the top athletes could reach 3 or 4%. The lower the fat, the stronger the bursts of movement. According to biology, fat was for preserving energy. This way, the animal wouldn't die of starvation from lack of food. On the other hand, muscle represented an animal's status in the food chain. The stronger and faster they were, the more advantageous they were. When civilizations appeared and society turned from hunter-gatherers to agrarian cultures, fat no longer had a survival advantage. Instead, it got in the way of labor. However, thousands of years later, the human body still hadn't become completely removed from the primitive state. Being overly strong could actually shorten the lifespan. For example, many athletes were talented, but the talent was only for unleashing potential. Throughout their career, they could become faster and stronger, but after their golden age, their bodies would deteriorate quickly. The injuries and ailments accumulated throughout their career would start attacking their bodies. Anderson and Chen Zhao chatted for a while. Chen Zhao learned that Anderson was an amateur hobbyist. His goal seemed to be to join an official competition, but his potential was SOSO. Anderson, go against Chen and feel his power, Gaia said. They both put on protective gear and Anderson felt the entirety of Chen Zhao's heavy fist. Even though Chen Zhao had held back, he was still forced back each time. Anderson, Chen, switch. Anderson attack, Chen defend. The two switched positions. Anderson's feeling changed again. Rather than fighting against a human, it was like he was facing an unmoving wall. Gaia was both of their coaches, so she obviously knew their differences. Chen Zhao's fitness was too amazing. Even Gaia might not be able to win against him for pure strength, let alone someone average like Anderson. Getting off the ring, the three rested and drank water at the window. Gaia, Anderson said. How can I become like Chen Zhao? Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao. In terms of fitness, there's barely any way of surpassing Chen. You can only go from technique. Is there any way of improving in technique? Keep practicing, Gaia said. There's no cheating method. Even geniuses have to keep working hard. You're not a genius, so if you want to become a professional fighter, you have to work even harder. My suggestion is that you find a professional boxing coach. Chapter 205 Norman's Down and Out? Chapter 205 Norman's Down and Out? Let's go and have lunch together. After changing to their own clothes, Chen Zhao and Anderson walked out of the fitness center together. I can't. I still have to go and fetch my son. All right. See you. Eating alone was the most boring thing ever. Chen Zhao called Fali and they had a romantic chat. Then, he went to buy a few burgers. Because Norman's wanted more exercise, Chen Zhao had to go there earlier. Today, Norman's was actually already in her sportswear, but she also had a jacket outside. The slimming sessions over the last few days had consumed much of her fats. As a result, the skin on her belly looked extremely shriveled. It would be very ugly to leave it exposed, so she had to hide it. Today's exercise is cycling. We'll go along the road by the sea, and then come back. The whole journey should take 5 hours, Chen Zhao said. Eat this apple first. When the two cycled out of the manor, Chen Zhao received a call. Chen, business for you. It was Ethan. I'm at Mr. Doman's place. I'm busy. Big client. How big? 30,000. Chen Zhao raised his eyebrows. Turning his head, he said, Norman's, we're changing the route. Asshole. Norman's had heard everything. Given that the client could pay $30,000, he or she was certainly quite wealthy. Chen Zhao stopped before a magnificent villa and rang the doorbell. The door opened slightly. Chen Zhao could tell from the gap through the door that it was a very beautiful lady. The lady saw an Asian, a fat woman, and a dog outside her door. Who are you? I'm the doctor from Ethan. Then how about her? She's my assistant. Bullshit. When did I become your assistant? Norman's did not cooperate with Chen Zhao at all. It's her first day of work. She's not used to it yet, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Selena. You're Selena Gofi? Suddenly, Norman's recognized the lady before her. Chen Zhao was clearly stunned. Do you know each other? Norman's. Selena looked at the incredibly inflated woman before her, uncertain. Selena did not know what Norman's looked like a few days ago. If she did, she would be surprised at why Norman's was so thin instead. Why are you? Selena and Norman's were from the same college. She knew how wealthy Norman's family was. But why would the previously white, rich, and beautiful girl become so fat? And she's now an assistant for an illegal doctor. Is her family bankrupt? A smile appeared on Selena's face. The golden phoenix had fallen, but she had become famous. Such an enormous twist in their lives made Selena excited for some reason. Come in. Selena opened the door, displaying her luxurious house before the two. Don't walk around unnecessarily. My house is big and has many valuable items. If anything goes missing, I'll call the police. Norman's and Chen Zhao rolled their eyes at the same time. Glancing at Selena, Chen Zhao asked Norman's softly, Who's she? A small star in Hollywood. Acted in 2 movies before and only half famous, but compared to most women in Hollywood, she's already considered successful. Chen Zhao nodded and more or less understood what was going on. Miss Selena, where's my patient? Selena brought Chen Zhao and Normans to a room and pushed the door open. Chen Zhao saw a maid covered in blood. It seemed like she had been bitten by some kind of beast in the abdomen. Frowning, Chen Zhao walked up to check the maid's injury. The maid was indeed gravely injured and had signs of shock. What was she bitten by? Chen Zhao inspected the wound on the maid's abdomen. The flesh on her wound had almost been torn away completely. Apart from treating the maid, Chen Zhao had to confirm what she had been bitten by, as well as whether the animal carried any bacteria or infections. Many wild animals carried a multitude of pathogens because of their habits or environment. Once they bit someone, the person might develop many complications or syndromes. Inflammation was the weakest of them. The problem would be much more severe if there was a viral infection. Do you have ice? Yes, I'll go and take it. Selena took some ice cubes. Chen Zhao wrapped them with a piece of cloth and placed it on the maid's forehead. Then, he started cleaning the maid's wound. Meanwhile, he turned his head and looked at Selena. So what bit her? Selena remained silent, unwilling to talk about it. Chen Zhao looked at Selena again. Your maid will probably die. I suggest sending her to the hospital. Her body temperature is abnormally high. Maybe it's because the animal that bit her has some disease and transmitted it to her. No. You can't send her to the hospital, Selena rejected at once. If the media finds out that my pet has caused my maid to be injured, I'll be defamed by them. Selena was rather selfish. Of course, most people were like this. Anyway, because her maid was bitten by her own pet, she could not run away from the responsibility. Chen Zhao recalled the woman called Daley Simpson. She and her adopted daughter had been in a similar situation. Nevertheless, her daughter had injured herself, so it was not really Daley's fault. Selena's case was different. Her pet had bitten someone and hence, she was legally responsible. Now, either show me the pet that bit her and let me check if your pet has any diseases, or I'll send your maid to the hospital, Chen Zhao said. I can give you more money. Don't tell anyone about it. Chen Zhao glanced at the Selena. He indeed needed money, but if he kept this a secret, the maid would probably die, unless he could confirm that she had no viral infections. Wouters in the backyard, Selena finally said very reluctantly. Normans followed Chen Zhao to the backyard. They saw a near-adultère wolf which was apparently over 40 kilograms in weight. He was fairly large. Chen Zhao took a step forward. The wolf called Wouter stood near a corner, looking rather scared. Standing behind them, Selena reminded, Wouter doesn't like strangers. Chen Zhao looked at Wouter and waved his hand gently. Wouter stared hesitantly at Chen Zhao, after which he carefully walked towards Chen Zhao. Normans was surprised. She knew that Chen Zhao had a high affinity for pets, but it was the first time she saw it at work. He was able to get close to a wolf the first time they met. Selena was rather amazed too. Usually, nobody would dare to go close to Wouter like this. As a result, Wouter had become somewhat aloof. He was very fierce towards anyone but her. However, Chen Zhao managed to easily friend Wouter. Chapter 206, Reporter's Imagination. Chapter 206, Reporter's Imagination. It wasn't hard to determine whether a canine had rabies. The symptoms were pretty obvious, so after Chen Zhao was mostly sure after contact that Wouter didn't have rabies. Wouter might have bitten the maid because she did something unfriendly. Wolves and dogs didn't actually have that big of a difference, but humans instinctively feared wolves. Wouter felt this fear and distrust. It hadn't interacted with the outside world yet, so it didn't know how to act with others and felt lonely. Of course, for safety precautions, Chen Zhao still extracted some of Wouter's saliva to test. Just then, Norman suddenly said, Selena, how about you sell me Wouter? Can you afford it? Selena looked at her arrogantly. $10,000. You think that's enough for me? 20,000, 30,000. Norman's kept raising the price. Still not satisfied. 50,000 is my last price. She narrowed her eyes. If you don't agree, I'll make sure you can't survive in Hollywood. Selena furrowed her brows at Norman's. Your family didn't go bankrupt. Ha, asshole, you tell her, Norman said, pointing at Chen Zhao. She's my temporary assistant. Most of the time, I'm her coach. Weight loss coach. Selena's expression turned awkward. She realized that her previous words had offended Norman's. Norman's family wasn't a simple wealthy family. If she really wanted to make Selena's life hard, she'd be unable to do anything other than being a porn star in San Fernando Valley. With Norman's family's abilities, they could definitely force her there. Do you promise you'll treat Wouter well? I don't need to promise you anything. What right do you have to demand anything? Norman's was like an aggressive diva now. Americans were materialistic. Rich people could do anything here, but Selena wasn't rich at all. Even this house was a rental. She wasn't indispensable in Hollywood either. Countless girls would come to Hollywood with their dreams every day. Selena could be replaced at any time. Her current success was fragile too. People merely remembered the role that she played. This role could be played by any girl. It was the role that gave life to her, rather than the other way around. Norman's one word could shatter Selena's success. Norman's successfully received ownership of Wouter, but why do I have to carry your pet? And why are you riding while I'm running? I want you to train it for me. Make it as smart as White Ma and Black Ma, or like a Morn. I don't want my family to get hurt by it. I'm your weight loss coach, not your family's pet trainer. 100,000. You can afford that. No, but my dad can. Chen Zhao was troubled. He really wanted to yell at Norman's that he didn't want to serve her anymore, but he needed money more. Between going against his motives and money, he chose to go against his motives in the end. Plus, it wasn't really going against his motives. Making money was his motive, after all. How long do you need to train it? Not sure. Keep it at my house first. Do you need money really badly? Norman suddenly asked. Why are you asking me that? You want to insult me with your money? I'm not that bored. No, I actually don't mind if you insult me with your money, Chen Zhao said shamelessly. Wouter was very friendly with Chen Zhao, probably because he had Black Ma and White Ma's scent on him. Wolves couldn't use dog leashes, but it hadn't been trained yet, so Chen Zhao didn't dare place it on the ground. If it started running, he might not be able to catch it. If it hurt someone, it would be even more troublesome. Because of today's accident, Norman's training intensity was lower than a few days ago. However, Chen Zhao still planned some exercises for her. If she was determined, she would train by herself even if he wasn't with her. When Chen Zhao walked out of Beverly Hills, a police car cruised by. It stopped in front of him. Chen, where you going? David poked his head out. Home. You want to bring me back? Sorry, I have to go meet an informer. David noticed Wouter in Chen Zhao's arms. You have another new pet. It's not mine. I'm helping take care of it. I have to return it in a few days. Chen Zhao patted Wouter's head. Wouter obviously liked it and made happy rumbles. Go work. How about you get in and I drive you back after work? Are you sure? Didn't you say you're meeting an informer? Would it be bad if I go? No, it's not some mafia mole. It's just someone who provided information for a case. Okay, let's go. Neither of them discovered the car following them. Kate followed the police car closely while talking to a recording pen. It is 3:55 p.m. The target has gotten onto a police car. He seems to be connected to the police. This might explain why the target hasn't been subject to legal sanctions after being an illegal doctor for so long. 4:15 p.m. They got off at a Harry Bank. They seemed to be meeting with someone. Kate sat in the car and filmed with a high-definition camera. 4:20, they entered the bank. Kate also followed them inside, hiding the camera in her jacket. She held the recording pen in her other hand, constantly describing the situation. That person must be a bank employee. He walked into his own office and took out a roll of film. Are they undergoing some unspeakable exchange? Perhaps the Justice Department should investigate the police for corrupt officers. Just then, an incident occurred. A string of gunshots came from the hall. 4 masked robbers charged into the bank. Kate felt someone yank her neck back. Heavy breaths sounded in her ears. Something pressed against her temple. I'm held captive. Kate's mind was completely blank. The bank security guard fell into a puddle of blood right before her. This evil group was robbing the bank. Chapter 207, David's Heroic Rescue. Chapter 207, David's Heroic Rescue. Chen Zhao was somewhat unhappy, because he had been held as a hostage too. More importantly, he was carrying Wouter in his arms. He did not whether he should let Wouter go at the moment. Kid, don't move, or I'll make a hole in your head. Actually, Chen Zhao would not dare to move even without the robber's reminder. Even though it was not the first time someone pointed a gun at his head already, it still felt terrifying. Courage was entirely meaningless in such a situation. It did not matter whether Chen Zhao had superb fighting tactics. Maybe Gaia could resolve the danger, but Chen Zhao could not. He was simply not strong enough. David had been treated as an ordinary bank customer and forced to stay with the other customers. He was not wearing his police uniform, so the robbers had no idea that he was a cop. The robbers who were holding Chen Zhao and Kate captive stood before the other customers. David kept peeking around. There were 5 robbers in total. He did not attack immediately. It was not difficult to kill the robber threatening Chen Zhao, but there was no way he could kill all of them at once. 3 of the robbers were holding hostages, namely Chen Zhao, Kate, and the lobby manager. The manager was forced to open the vault. After the vault was opened, a gunshot was heard from the inside. Soon, 3 robbers came out with 3 bags of money, but the lobby manager was nowhere to be seen. It was not hard to imagine what had happened to him. Suddenly, Chen Zhao saw David make a hand signal at him. Chen Zhao's face was filled with question marks. What do you mean? He tried to communicate with David using his eyes. What are you saying? However, David seemed to have misunderstood something. He secretly made a hand gesture. Okay. Okay, what? David, what do you want to do? David moved. He suddenly pounced towards the robber holding Kate. Kate was still in shock. She just heard a crack beside her and then felt someone pull her away. David tweaked the robber's arm upwards, breaking his arm directly. Then, he pulled Kate behind him. At the same time, the robber who had been holding Chen Zhao pointed his gun at David. Chen Zhao had to do something. He extended his hand and lifted the robber's gun-holding arm. Bang! The robber missed the shot. Chen Zhao threw the robber over his shoulder and then gave him a heavy kick. When the 3 robbers carrying the money saw their fellows under attack, none came to help. Instead, they charged out through the door. Bang! Bang! David fired his gun twice. One of the robbers collapsed onto the ground, but the other 2 had already escaped from the bank. He wanted to chase the last 2 robbers, but Kate held onto his body tightly like an octopus. Miss, are you all right? David asked. Kate remained in David's arms like an obedient little bird. She did not speak and kept her head lowered. Miss, can you stand by yourself? My legs feel soft, Kate said gently. Chen Zhao walked up and pulled Kate's head away from David. Why is it you? Do you know each other? She's a reporter. She accused me. Wait. Mr. Chen, that's only my job. Don't target me like this, Kate interrupted Chen Zhao. Mr. Police, I can't breathe. Chen, you're a doctor. Come and see what's happened to this lady. I'm not a doctor. Also, her condition is incurable. Miss, do you have a terminal illness? Estrus. Chen Zhao twitched his lips. Soon, the police came. They were all David's colleagues. After getting questioned by the police, Kate approached David carefully. David, can I interview you please? I'm busy now. I can wait for you. Kate's cheeks flushed and she did not even dare to look at David in his eyes. David, I'm going home first. Chen Zhao had finished the interview. He glanced at Kate and David, not wanting to interfere with their business. Kate clearly liked David. Chen Zhao did not want to be the bad guy. Let me send you back. Don't you have an interview later? I don't really want to. David was rather slow and actually could not see Kate's intention. Chen Zhao glanced at Kate. Actually, she was quite pretty. Normally, whenever David saw a beautiful lady, he would act like a mad dog, although it would often fail. Now a lady was chasing him herself, and yet he did not realize it. I can interview you on your car. Kate stared at David, her eyes glittering brightly. Tomorrow, the entire Los Angeles will know your heroic deed. Her look was filled with admiration. Chen Zhao had not even seen such a look on Fali's face. Chen Zhao sat on the back seat, while Kate sat on the front passenger seat. Kate had been continuously asking David questions, from his age to his birthday, whether he had a girlfriend, and whom the people in his family were. She asked whatever she could. After David sent Chen Zhao to his house, he drove away with Kate. Kate, can I call you like this? Of course. Kate, what happened between you and Chen? Nothing. It's just a misunderstanding during work. Chen's my best friend. David was not stupid. He was just concerned about Chen Zhao's feelings. All right, I get it. I promise I won't have another conflict with him again. David, let's date. You sure there won't be another misunderstanding? I can do anything for you. Your friend is my friend. Kate had always been a very rational person. She did not believe in love at first sight. However, the instant David saved her, she fell in love with him. Even when she looked at David, her eyes were only filled with wonder. The more rational a person was, the crazier she would get when she fell in love. Fali realized that Chen Zhao had brought another wolf back. Although Wouter was already an adult wolf, he was much smaller than Blackma and Whitema. Indeed, he was only half their size. When Blackma and Whitema appeared before Wouter, he curled up in fear. Even Walter was 1.5 times as big as Wouter. Walter was really a giant dog at the moment. Moreover, he was still growing. With the current rate, he would probably at some point be bigger than Blackma and Whitema. Apart from Blackma, Whitema, and Walter, Beelzebub, Carrie, Obito's and Raymond were all putting Wouter under much stress. In addition to the difference in their sizes, Chen Zhao's pets also had a special demonic smell. Wouter felt as though he was a lamb which had fallen into a wolf den. Is this your new pet again? Not mine. It's my friend's. I'm helping to look after him for a few days. Fali was about to reach out to Wouter when Chen Zhao stopped her. He hasn't been domesticated yet. Also, he's only an ordinary wolf, unlike Blackma and Whitema, so try not to touch him. Chapter 208 Intelligence Potion. Chapter 208 Intelligence Potion. At night, Chen Zhao gave Fali the Banshee's charm so she could sleep peacefully. Then he took Wouter to the basement and entered Blackie's den. Chen Zhao had to create an intelligence potion for Wouter. It couldn't turn idiots into geniuses, but it could help make idiots less idiotic. It was mainly used on wild animals. However, in order to do so, he needed intelligence fruits. These fruits were only available in Hell, so Chen Zhao had to summon the evil trader Raz. When Raz was summoned before Chen Zhao, he seemed more terrified than last time. Raz. Chen Zhao looked at him. Living Lord. Raz knelt down and bowed submissively. He was afraid that Chen Zhao still held a grudge and would kill him. After all, there was no one kind beside Chen Zhao right now. To demons, they would never give up once a conflict was born. Of course, Chen Zhao wasn't that petty. At least, Raz was still useful. I'm not going to mess with you. I want to trade. Don't be so scared. Chen Zhao smiled brightly. Living Lord, tell me whatever you need. Your lowly servant is willing to give you everything. Only an idiot would believe that a demon was willing to give up everything, especially a demon that was a true profiteer. Plus, Chen Zhao didn't want to end the business. A trade had to have ins and outs. If he only gained without giving, that was robbery. What's the price of an intelligence fruit? One soul. Raz instinctively wanted to set a high price, but he quickly remembered that Chen Zhao wasn't like before. He had other channels and he wasn't completely clueless about the prices. Plus, Chen Zhao still had Raz's demonic ritual implement. If Chen Zhao learned that he'd been scammed again, Raz would be dead. He was just a low-level demon trying to make a living in Beelzebub's territory while Chen Zhao was Beelzebub's master. He was also Great Lord Beelzebub Zophi's esteemed guest. If Raz offended Chen Zhao again, he really would have no way of surviving. Chen Zhao looked at him. I don't have any souls right now. I'll pay you back later. Give me 10 intelligence fruits. No need, no need. It's just a few souls. You don't have to worry about it. After sending Raz off, Chen Zhao started concocting the intelligence potion. Since he was making it, he couldn't only make one serving. As Chen Zhao's one and only favorite and Fali's darling, Walter had to have a serving too. Chen. In the morning, Fali woke up and realized she'd overslept. Her first thought was that Chen Zhao had done something to her. Otherwise, with her biological clock, she definitely wouldn't oversleep. Every time Chen Zhao used the Banshee's charm on her, she would sleep 12 straight hours. Fali grabbed Chen Zhao's arm on her and shook him awake. Ah, Fali, morning. Chen Zhao rubbed his puffy eyes. Morning, your ass. What did you do yesterday? Why did I sleep 12 hours again? I didn't do anything. Liar. Fali glared at him. Fine, I went to save the world. It was a stupid reply, but Fali still believed him. No matter what you do in the future, you can't use a spell to make me sleep. Fine. Promise. Promise. Look at my eyes and say it. I promise that whether I go out to save the world or find another woman, I'll never make you fall asleep. You asshole. We've only been dating for how many days? And you're thinking of messing around outside. I'm going to make sure you never have the energy to do that. Reality proved that it was quite hard to make Chen Zhao not have the energy to go outside. After more than an hour, Fali gave up first. Aren't you going to work? Chen Zhao asked. I forgot to tell you that Robio's coming today. Ah, you didn't tell me. I have to call the gym for a day off. Otherwise, that female dragon is going to torture me. To be honest, I really want to see what kind of woman can make you so scared. Chen Zhao and Fali had another round in the bathroom and wasted another half hour. Robio seemed to have calculated the right timing. He showed up when the two were mostly tidied up. Chen, Fali, I didn't disturb you guys, right? Robio stood in the doorway. To be honest, if Robio wasn't gay, Chen Zhao would be worried about Fali working with him. He was excellent in practically every aspect. He had a high education, was cultured, friendly, loving, liked exercising, had a tall and fit body, and was handsome. Chen Zhao couldn't think of any flaws. Robio was practically a perfect man. Robio knew early on that Fali and Chen Zhao were together. When Fali went to work that day, he'd suspected something and got an answer after asking. He supported them dating. To him, there were only two types of people. The first were those that felt right, like Chen Zhao and Fali. They could become your friends and won't hurt you. The other type were his parents. They just didn't feel right. Ever since Robio could remember, he disapproved of the couple. After he grew up, it became worse and he practically cut all ties with him. He really didn't know when his parents would drag him down. However, he actually received his mother and father's call a few days ago. It was hard to believe that they would call him on the same day. After all, even on his birthday, only Right would call him to send blessings. Caprice and Ethan never called him. That day, Ethan and Caprice said that if Chen Zhao ever needed help, he had to help no matter what. His parents had never agreed on something like this before. Robio couldn't figure out why. No, maybe something had happened that made them fall into accord. Robio, want some milk? No, I ate breakfast before coming. Walter ran to Robio. He stood up, grabbed Robio and licked his face. Chen, did Walter grow again? He's just a kid. There's nothing strange about kids growing. Fali poured milk into Walter's bowl, an entire 2.5-liter carton of milk. Robio was speechless. In dog years, Walter was definitely ancient. But after White Ma and Black Ma came over, he didn't find Robio big anymore. Compared to the silly twins, Walter was a tiny puppy. Chapter 209, Design for the New House. Chapter 209, Design for the New House. Chen Zhao and Fali brought Robio to Mirror Lake. Robio took in a deep breath. It's beautiful. From this mountain, to this lake, and then the land here and the road outside. All these are mine, Chen Zhao said proudly. Why did you buy such a large piece of land? I don't think the land here is suitable for agriculture or grazing. It's completely useless, Robio remarked. Chen Zhao's face darkened. I don't want to hear such a depressing comment. I only want to hear something nice. This place has a pleasant scenery and fresh air. And then what? Robio rolled his eyes and continued to walk forward. Do you want to build your house here? Yes. This place is near the lake and there's even a waterfall at the side, so the humidity is rather high. When building the house, you have to use moisture-resistant materials, which also cost more, Robio said. Tell me your requirements. Chen, I hope that our new house will be more modern. I don't like those classic European styles. I'm firm about this. Agreed. I also like modern designs, Chen Zhao nodded. It's great that the two of you have the same taste. I'm most scared of those families where every person has his or her own idea, Robio said. Can we incorporate the waterfall somewhere? Chen Zhao asked. Robio shook his head. Best not to. I've studied the environment here. When it rains, the waterfall becomes much larger. Also, the soil here is rather soft, which encourages debris flow. If you build your house under the waterfall, it'll probably be buried at some point. All right. Forget about it then. Robio added, however, if you really want to include the water somewhere, we can create an underground pond connected to the lake. We can use a ring of glass to separate the basement from the water and add some fish to the lake as an ornament. Chen Zhao's and Fali's eyes brightened. They had to admit that as a professional designer, Robio indeed had better ideas. I already have a preliminary concept. The main building will be round, with 3 floors above the ground and 1 floor in the basement. The side facing the lake will be built with fully tempered glass, slightly slanted to withstand any hurricane from that direction. This can ensure the safety of the structure. As Robio spoke, he drew a design diagram. Of course, it was only a preliminary design. He still had to change it according to what Chen Zhao and Fali wanted. I want another floor in the basement. I need it for something. Of course. Chen Zhao and Fali began to bring forward their requests. Robio kept changing the drawing. That should be all. Great. When the diagram is finished, I'll show it to you. Then, you can look at the rendering and I'll also tell you the estimated cost of the house. How long will that take? Very soon. How about the construction company? I don't know any. I can recommend you an engineering company. It's owned by my ex-schoolmate. Robio said. All right. At noon, Robio stayed for lunch, after which he left. Chen Zhao also went out to conduct Norman's daily slimming session. 140 kilograms and 100 kilograms were 2 entirely different concepts. Norman's weight changed every day. Usually, the only thing that could achieve such an effect was liposuction. However, liposuction was very harmful to the body, and it might not even be as effective as Chen Zhao's slimming plan, because it would not drain all the fats at once. Instead, there would also be several sessions. Maybe a person would have her first session on the belly. After resting for some period, she would have it again on the hips. A few sessions later, when the entire process was completed, her whole body would be filled with scars. The biggest disadvantage of liposuction was that it could not be carried out on blood vessels. Fats would accumulate there too. Despite being able to slim down, there would be greater problems. Another method was to take weight loss pills. However, this was actually even more harmful. Most weight loss pills on the market would either induce severe diarrhea, reduce the appetite, or destroy a person's digestive system totally. Many people developed anorexia because of them. In the end, they only looked withered. Norman's physical fitness had already improved significantly. Now, she could easily run 2 or 3 kilometers. She could even swim 2,000 meters. Normans realized that her body was in a perfect state. In fact, she felt that if she could slim down for another 30 or 40 kilograms and reach her best state, she could even become a professional swimmer. Normans, after you finish the swim, remove your shirt. I need to perform acupuncture on you. What? Normans immediately covered her chest with her hands. Why didn't I know that acupuncture can help in weight loss? Chen Zhao was speechless. Before you even suspect me, can you look at yourself first? Do you think I'll have any unclean thoughts about you? Asshole. Norman's face flushed as she widened her eyes at Chen Zhao and gritted her teeth. Actually, Chen Zhao planned to use acupuncture to increase the metabolism in Norman's body. Because her body was filled with fats, Chen Zhao had to carefully find the correct spots. Before dinner, have another 1 kilometer slow run. Your dinner is 2 eggs, an apple, and a glass of water. Normans had already stopped complaining. Instead, she would very seriously listen to Chen Zhao's instructions on both exercising and eating. Today, Normans lost about 2.5 kilograms of weight. It was already becoming very slow. Fortunately, however, she had managed to go below 100 kilograms. Asshole, the fats in my arms hasn't reduced at all. Do you need to revise my training schedule? Yup, I've noticed it. I'll make some changes tomorrow. Then, Chen Zhao went to Stephen's house. He had promised Stephen that he would be his private doctor and health consultant. As a result, Chen Zhao had to perform a monthly checkup on Stephen. Although Stephen was a very famous director in Hollywood, his house was not that luxurious. It was also in Beverly Hills, but it was not as deluxe as Rasva's house. He was single at the moment, having divorced 3 times already. There were only a few servants there. Stephen's body was in good condition and he also seemed to be in a good mood. After the checkup, he asked Chen Zhao to stay for dinner. Chen Zhao agreed. He did not mind eating here first and then eating again when he got home. Chapter 210, Sienna asks for help. Chapter 210, Sienna asks for help. When he got home, Fali had already prepared dinner. She wasn't a traditional housewife though. They interacted just like before, but more casual and relaxed. Of course, when others weren't there, they were more intimate too. After dinner, the two grabbed beers and sat in the backyard. They enjoyed the peace and quiet. White Ma's injuries were much better. Chen Zhao had taken off the gauze, but there was still a glaring wound on his stomach. He couldn't do any intense exercise or else the wound would tear. Wouter grew familiar with them these days. He followed behind them all day like a lackey. However, the yard was a bit small while they were all big. Before, when there was only Beelzebub, Carrie, and Walter, it felt okay. Now, the 3 huge guys Obito's, Black Ma, and White Ma were here and they could barely run. At that moment, Bant and Ken came over. They also had an Alaskan with them. Instead of going through the front door, they came in from the backyard. Chen, Fali, you guys have a dog too now? Can you take care of it? We couldn't help it, Bant said, smiling. We saw your dogs and wanted one too. What's its name? Bobby, Ken replied. But he's kind of scared of your dogs. Maybe they aren't familiar with each other yet. Bobby was smaller than Wouter, but he was still a big dog. If he was by himself, he would look huge, but next to Black Ma and White Ma, he was just okay. Chen, I came to thank you for finding a good job for Mary. Please don't thank me every time you see me. I heard you bought the land at Mirror Lake, right? Yeah. Bant had been the first to know when Chen Zhao got this idea. He'd asked Bant to help get information for it. You're going to build a house there? Yes. What about the furniture after that? Are you going to buy ready-made ones? Bant, do you have any suggestions? My old friend and I plan on opening a wood workshop. If you need help, I can give you the best price. Of course, no problem. Since it was a new home, he would definitely have most of his furniture custom-made instead of buying those generic brands. Just then, his phone rang in the living room. Chen Zhao got up. I'll go get the call. When he picked up, He realized it was Sienna. Chen, come help. I'm at Ukla. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you? My client is here and I've been here getting rid of evil spirits these days, but there are more now. They're much stronger than I'd expected. My client and I are stuck here. Okay, send me the exact location and I'll go right now. Putting down his phone, he went outside. Fali, give me a ride. Bant, I'm sorry but a client is looking for me. I need to go. Okay, then we'll go too. Bye. Chen Zhao got onto Fali's car. He didn't bring any pets because Blackie was enough. What's wrong? Fali asked. Sienna might be in trouble. It's dangerous. What's it this time? Demons? Or evil spirits? Fali had suffered from the ghost ship last time, but she wasn't traumatized. She was still enthusiastic about paranormal activity if it had nothing to do with her, of course. Outside the school, Chen Zhao grew worried for Fali. How about you stay inside the car? It's okay. I'm more worried if I'm alone in the car. If I'm with you, you can protect me. Okay. Chen Zhao and Fali went into campus. There weren't many people walking around at this time. When they reached the older part, they saw someone standing at the entrance. What are you here for? This is the Forbidden Zone. Are you the administrator here? Chen Zhao studied the man. Chen Zhao found him familiar, but he couldn't place where they'd met. Smith looked at Chen Zhao with a similar look and feeling. They'd met somewhere before. I'm a lecturer here. Many things had happened in the old campus, so it's been sealed off for a while. Then why are you here? Chen Zhao asked, looking at Smith. I just passed by. Smith often came to and from this place. He would occasionally meet students or other teachers and could deal with them easily. Ah, I remember. Smith was taken aback by Chen Zhao's sudden exclamation. We've met before. Chen Zhao cried. Where did we meet? Crossing the road a few days ago. Did you forget? You lost a coin. Smith furrowed his brows. He remembered after Chen Zhao pointed it out. He'd wanted to toss the gold coin that day, but Chen Zhao put it back into his hands. Oh, it's you. How have you been? Chen Zhao was confused. He didn't know this man, so why was he asking? My friend is in there. I think she's in trouble, so we're going to look. Your friend? In trouble? Smith frowned. What trouble? I think she fell and hurt herself, Chen Zhao said. We're here to help. Ah, okay. Be careful when you go in. Smith didn't stop them. Fali turned around to look at him. That guy feels weird. You think so too? I can't place it. Fali shook her head. Blackie, do you think that man's strange? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, strange. Blackie's answer was the same as Fali's. Where? I can't place it. How come your answer is the same as Fali? You can't say what's strange about him either, and me too. Nothing's weird about that. Let's go. We can't make Sienna wait too long. The two humans and Blackie came before an old building. Glancing at it, Blackie said, there are so many evil spirits and they're all strange. How so? Evil spirits stay in the human world because of some obsession, but these evil spirits don't have any. They're trapped here. They didn't stay because of their own will. Someone killed them? Blackie shook his head. No, it looks like they died natural deaths. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.